Good evening. It's now 5:30. The meeting is called to order. This is the meeting for the Colton Joint Unified School District Board of Education. Today is Thursday, February 17th, 2022. Mrs. Medina, can you please take roll call attendance of the board members present?
Mr. Flores? Present. Mr. Fuentes?
Present.
Mrs. Sandoval?
Present.
Mrs. Haro?
Present.
Mr. Ibarra?
Present.
Mrs. Flores?
Present. And we'll note that Ms. Thoring Ojeda is running a little late, but she will be joining us in a few minutes. Okay, we'll begin today's meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to ask our superintendent, Dr. Miranda, to lead us in the flag salute.
Please stand and put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated.
Thank you, Dr. Miranda. We do have an interpreter present who is available for Spanish-speaking persons who need assistance. Ms. Cynthia Bueno, can you take the podium?
Good evening. Thank you, Board President Flores. Muy buenas tardes a todos. Yo soy Cintia Bueno, intérprete para el distrito. Si alguien desea escuchar toda la reunión en español, pueden encontrarme en la mesa trasera y les daré los dispositivos para que puedan escucharla en español. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Moving on to 1.3, adoption of the February 17th, 2022 agenda. I'm asking for a motion to adopt the agenda with the following amendments. We have under 6.8 student field trips, Grand Terrace High School CIF Southern Section Wrestling Masters Meet. Also amending closed session item 10.5 personnel public employee. Addition of 7 classified coaches. We have head frosh softball girls, head junior varsity track co-ed, head varsity track co-ed, head varsity volleyball girls, softball assistant girls, and 2 track assistants co-ed. We also have 3 volunteer coaches, baseball boys, and 2 softball girls. I need a motion by Mr. Fuentes, and second
Second.
by Mr. Ibarra. All those in favor?
Aye.
Nays? Okay. On motion by Board Member Fuentes and Board Member Ibarra, the board adopted the agenda as recommended. We are moving on to our school showcase. We have a very, very special guest. We have students from Slover Mountain High School, and we're very, very proud to have them here tonight. And I'd like to invite Ms. Hampton up to introduce her students.
Hello, it is an honor and a pleasure for me to introduce our wonderful students, our leaders on campus. We have Drew Carrillo, raise your hand, and you can come on up. And then I also have Ramsey Alvarado, who's also one of our leaders on campus. Thank you very much. So I hope you are entertained and pleased with what you hear tonight. These kids are amazing and they have great things to say about Slover. Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Flores, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. Today we're going to be presenting Slover Mountain High School. My name is Drew Carrillo. I'm a junior at Slover Mountain High School.
And I'm Ramsey Alvarado. Next slide, please. Our school slogan is, "You can't spell Slover without love." Here are some students spreading encouraging thoughts and advice throughout the school office. Next slide, please.
Last week was National School Counseling Week. Here's our ASB Slover students showing love to our amazing counselors, Ms. Garcia and Ms. Mollendor. Next slide, please.
Our school received Model Continuation High School designation, which means that out of 430 continuation high schools in the state, we are one out of 36 that received this recognition. Congrats, Slover. Next slide, please.
Academics at Slover for mini quarter 2. We celebrated our award recipients for honor roll, principal's honor roll, and perfect attendance. So far this year has been 18 graduates to date from first semester, and 24 voluntarily returned to their home schools after catching up on credits. Next slide, please.
Academic continues. These are our student reward recipients for mini quarter 3, perfect attendance, honor roll, and principal's honor roll. These students will be celebrated next week on February 28th at 10:30 a.m. Congratulations, Cougars.
This is our athletics at Slover High School. Here's some pictures of our girls volleyball team and our current boys basketball team. Upcoming soccer season in April 2022. In the fall of 2021, Slover hosted a full day of college and career fair. Different organizations from medical, fast food, education, and military industry attended and talked to our students about higher education and potential job opportunities.
School activities. Students went to Pomona Centric Raceway, where speakers talked about automotives and their experiences on their field trip, with the course seeing cars that go over 200 miles per hour. In November, we did a Thanksgiving community service at the Lucas Center. Personally went along with other students and volunteers to help organize their closet and food pantry, which was a great experience to help out the community. Next slide, please. School activity continues. We received donations from Living for Giving Foundation and the Colton PD, which we were very thankful of. On the right slide, we have Holiday Bus, which was filled with toys for the holiday drive, thanks to students and staff. Next slide, please.
Before going on our winter break, we had a holiday spirit week with daily themes such as Holiday Socks Day, Anything But a Backpack, and a Flannel Day. Here's some pictures of our Slover students and staff showing off their school spirit. We also had a student holiday wish list where students and staff made some holiday wishes come true. Next slide, please.
More activities. We're busy. Here we have some pictures of wildlife, which students took a trip to the living desert and learned about habitats and many more. On the right side, we have posters made by ASB showing off their clubs, like Movie Club and GSA. Next slide, please.
Last week, we collaborated with Colton High School and hosted a movie night where we watched the new movie Encanto. Here's some pictures of that evening. Next slide, please.
Spirit Week and Black History Month. For Black History Month, ASB and the Movie Club hosted a movie featuring Princess and the Frog. Also, for Black History Month, each ASB student picked an African American idol or contributor to announce their accomplishments. For Spirit Week, students picked themes to encourage students to participate in activities. Next slide, please.
We have several building activities to cope with social, emotional, and mental wellness on campus, such as Synergy with Miss Via and a hip-hop dance workout with A.B. Miller High School. Here are a few pictures taken showing our students learning some dance routines. Next slide, please.
These are some upcoming student activities. For instance, we have soccer season, which starts in April, and our second upcoming blood drive. For senior activities, we have Senior Sunset and Grad Night. Next slide, please.
These are some upcoming academic events happening now until the end of the school year. In June, we'll be celebrating our class of 2022 Slovers graduates. Next slide, please.
Thank you for joining us this evening. Follow our social media accounts for any updates. This concludes our presentation. Any questions?
Questions from the board? Or comments?
Yes, let's give them a big hand. First of all, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for your report and also to congratulate Mrs. Hampton and the student body and all the staff for the honor of the continuation school. it's a pride and joy for us to have Slover Mountain in our district. I've had the opportunity to see it grow over many years. And as I take a look at your presentation today, I see all the extras that weren't there 20 years ago. And it's incredible and it's great. And it makes it so that your campus is a friendly academic institution, school that offers many activities to all your students. And I just like to take my hat off to all the students that are there participating. I just like to thank the staff and our principal. And over the years, thank the vision of all those who've been part of Slover, because it has grown so much, and now it's truly good that it received that honor, that it was bestowed upon it. So thank you for your report. It's great to see all the activities, academic achievements, the sports. Everybody knows I love the sports action, and that are going on there. And hopefully it will continue to grow. And one last thing, just want to make sure that each one of you out there, and thank you for providing the motivation, the guidance there on campus to all the students, because as leaders on the campus, a lot of students look up to both of you. So I want to thank you for that. Thank you for your report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other board member comments? Mr. Fuentes?
Thank you. We got more to say, so don't leave yet. Okay, we're good. First of all, congratulations. Model Continuation High School. Awesome, awesome, awesome. When I saw that report, superintendent of the state announced it, and they announced Slover Mountain High when he was making the announcement. So it was great. It was great to see that come up. Congratulations, Ms. Hampton. Congratulations, students. Congratulations, staff. We are excited. We are excited. We're excited. I think you know that, and I think we all shed a tear too. So, because you can't spell Slover without love. You can see the love. You can see the commitment. You can see the passion from our administrators. We can see it from the students. I can see it in your report today. All the activities, like Mr. Ibarra said, some of the stuff that's never been on there. Sports. You know, we have sports now. We have ASB. We have all these leadership opportunities now that are happening now at your school. So I'm so excited. Wanted to say thank you. You're doing a great job. Continue to do a great job. Your future is yours. Do what you can. Make it happen now. Make it happen in the future. Thank you again. Ms. Hampton, thank your staff, please, for us, for the outstanding job that they're doing. Thank you very much. Can't spell Slover without love. Thanks.
Anybody else? No?
Sure. I'd like to ask the board on this occasion of having Slover as a model continuation school. Mr. Superintendent, is there something that we can do to honor that? Some kind of plaque, some kind of certificate, something that they can showcase at their school that is signed by the board?
Absolutely.
And I think that, you know, we need to recognize that, and then something that we could actually put on our website and share that with the public.
Absolutely. Board member Ibarra, board wishes. We can certainly work on that.
Yes,
Board President?
I believe so. Yes, we have consensus.
We
Yeah,
will.
I think we have
take
7.
that up.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to thank you both for an excellent presentation. You can tell you took a lot of time, you looked at detail, and you probably practiced it a few times. It's evident that you're very well prepared, so congratulations to that. And again, congratulations to Slover Mountain High School for this very, very deserving recognition. To be recognized by the state of California is huge. So you made us very, very proud, and congratulations again.
Board President, can I make one more comment? Adding on to
Sure.
what Mr. Ibarra said, can we get a banner made or something that we can put on the outside of the school? That when people drive by to see, man, this is a model continuation of high school. And if we can do that, I don't know if the rest of the board members will okay with that.
Okay, so
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I think we have consensus.
We'll work with Principal Hampton on these, and they certainly deserve the recognition, and we'll have something. So congratulations, and to the students, it's all about you guys. So thank you.
Thank you. We are moving on to 3.0, 3.1 employee recognition. I would like to invite Dr. Cervantes.
Good evening, Board President Bertha Flores, board members, Superintendent Miranda, and members of the public. The Human Resources Division is honored to congratulate and celebrate our January Employees of the Month. To be selected and nominated by your peers among our thousands of outstanding employees is a tremendous accomplishment. All of our nominees and our award winners have shown dedication, compassion, and motivation for their work. We offer our congratulations to these exemplary staff and thank them for the wonderful model they set for others. We would publicly like to recognize our winners tonight. Our classified employee recognition recipient for the month of January is Matilda Juarez, School Office Assistant at Terrace Hills Middle School. Honoring her this evening is Scott Boggs, Principal.
Good evening, Board President Arguin, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. Matilda, or Maddie as we call her, started with us as a sub-office assistant in 2019 and then filled the role permanently shortly thereafter. It was quickly apparent she was the epitome of a hard worker and had a thirst for learning anything and everything she could. That eagerness would come in very handy over the next few years. Just as the pandemic hit, she took over to temporarily fill in for my secretary and did such an amazing job that she's still there. However, she's done so much more during that time. For those baseball fans familiar with the term super utility player, that's our Maddie. In baseball, the super utility player can and often does play any position and does it well, moving from position to position wherever they are needed. First base, can do. Shortstop, she's excellent. Outfield, just name your spot. Need someone to pitch that last inning because you're getting blown out and you mismanaged your bullpen so badly you have no more pitchers? Hand her the baseball. And her kid's a baseball fan, so he should be able to explain that. During the first semester of this school year, Maddie, on various days, has sat not only as office assistant and principal secretary, but also filled in as assistant principal secretary, attendance technician, and health assistant. In fact, due to position vacancies and people being out, she spent much of September and October being the principal secretary, the assistant principal secretary, and an office assistant at the same time for days on end. It was a fun game my staff and I played. What desk will Maddie be sitting in today? Even if you knew what desk, good luck finding her there, because she was more likely than not to be running around the office doing 17 tasks at once. Or you might have found her helping out at lunch with supervision, or maybe you'd have found her hand delivering items to classrooms. Wherever she was, you knew she was putting in 110%, and whatever you needed her for, you could trust she'd get it done wildly quicker than you could imagine. It's clear why my staff nominated Maddie for this recognition, and we are very happy to have her on our Tiger team at THMS. And to top it all off, today's her birthday.
Our certificated employee recognition recipient is Kevin Casares, counselor at Ruth Harris Middle School. Honoring him this evening is Dr. Cindy Aguilar Munoz, principal.
Good evening, Board President, members of the Board, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the public and audience. I have the honor this evening to share a few words about our Employee of the Month, Kevin Casares. Kevin Casares has proudly served as a school counselor at Ruth O. Harris Middle School for 4 years. During these very unique 4 years, Mr. Casares has been presented with a number of challenges that a school counselor or anyone new to any profession may have turned away from, but not Kevin Casares. His passion for caring for others, helping young teens grow and develop, and building relationships with people fuels his positive outlook and disposition, which helps him persevere through anything. Mr. Casares truly cares about the emotional and academic well-being of our students. He demonstrates that every day in how he speaks to our students, checks in on them, and helps them set goals they can achieve. He walks around almost every day during lunchtime to interact with our students in an authentic way. Several times a day I'm asked, "Have you seen Mr. Casares while out at lunch duty or just walking through the halls?" He intentionally walks the campus during passing periods to make himself visible and accessible to students and to staff. There's not a student on our campus who does not know who Mr. Casares is, and this is absolutely priceless. All of our Bulldogs have access to Mr. Casares, and they know it. It's an absolutely beautiful thing. Mr. Casares' commitment to his students and to his profession are just two of the things that drive him. He's ethical, he's reliable, he's responsible in his decision-making and in his actions. He follows through and he follows up. He perseveres. He perceives his role on our campus as very dynamic and takes various additional responsibilities without anyone asking him to do so. He volunteers to coach our school athletes as it gives him another opportunity to interact with students, get to know them, and build relationships in an authentic setting. Aside from that, Mr. Casares has cemented the phrase, "Hey y'all," as a means of announcing his arrival to meetings and his willingness to help out where needed. Kevin possesses the type of personality that uplifts the spirit of those he interacts with. Staff members describe Kevin Casares as someone who cares about our kids, loved by kiddos, bailador, positive, genuine, energetic go-getter, trustworthy, relatable, and compassionate, and the sweetest person, so kind and so lovely. I always feel welcomed around him. Just recently, he also earned the nickname Motor Oil Kevin to describe the pot of coffee he makes for the staff every morning. It goes without saying that Kevin Casares has earned the highest level of respect on our campus, not only as a professional, but as a human being. Kevin Casares is a gift to our Ruth O. Harris Middle School community. On the behalf of Ruth O. Harris Middle School and the Bloomington community, I thank Mr. Kevin Casares for his service.
Our Management Employee Recognition recipient is Adrina Frejel, Assistant Principal at Slover Mountain High School. Honoring her this evening is Tiffany Hampton, Principal.
Good evening, Board President Flores, board members, and members of the audience. As you can see, I'm here by myself. I'm not with my partner in crime. She actually had a death in the family this morning, so she is at home. But she is listening, so I know she hears me. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about Adrina. There's nothing like having a right hand that knows you, knows your expectations, and shares your same vision. Adrina Frejel is that assistant principal who goes above and beyond to make sure you can't spell Slover without love. She brings a diverse background to Slover Mountain High School and believes in not only speaking equity, but putting it into practice on campus and in the district. She supervises many programs, kind of does whatever I say. Here on campus, she is in charge of PBIS, 504, special education, and safety, just to name a few. Adrina works tremendously well with students, families, staff, and works tirelessly to ensure Slover Mountain High School is seen as a legit and successful school for our most at-promise students. She cares about their success, and she cares to make sure that we dispel all of the ideas of what continuation high school is. While she has high expectations for students and their achievement, as well as their behavior, the students are well aware. They're well aware of what she believes in and her expectations of them. Even so, they gravitate to her personality and know that she truly leads with their best interests at heart. So tonight, I am very, very proud to say that my right hand is definitely my friend. She's my coworker, and she does everything she can to make sure that Slover Mountain High School is a great place for students and staff each and every day. But she does have a message for everyone tonight, so I want you to hear her message. She does say, she says, "Would you just say this for me, please?" She says, "I'm grateful and humbled to serve our students alongside with Team Slover. Hashtag, you can't spell Slover without love." And she thanks you all very, very much. Thank you.
We offer our heartfelt congratulations to all of tonight's winners, and we encourage our CJUSD staff to continue to acknowledge and nominate more of our outstanding employees. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you, Dr. Cervantes. This is always a highlight for our board to be able to recognize our amazing employees. So congratulations to all. Moving on, we are going to our next presentation, 3.2 Black History Month presentation.
Good evening, Board President Flores,
There you are.
board members, and members of the community, and last but not least, our Superintendent, Dr. Miranda. I have the pleasure of introducing our African American Parent Advisory Committee, who in observance of Black History Month has a wonderful presentation for us this evening. And so I will turn the time over to our wonderful committee.
So here we are once again. My name is Tiffany Hampton, and I have the pleasure of working on this amazing APAC team. Tonight, we are before you to present what is being done for Black History Month and all of the activities that we have going on for our students and staff. So I am going to turn the mic over. I'm going to speak less, and the rest of them will speak tonight. Thank you.
Good evening. On behalf of APAC, before we push forward, I would like to share a little bit of history regarding our creation and implementation here for CJUSD. Here's a little bit of history regarding APAC. Under Dr. Peterson's leadership, a group of staff convened to discuss the California dashboard as it pertains to African American students in the district and how we can support their families as a whole. Back in 2018, the dashboard showed African Americans were in the orange in various indicators: chronic absenteeism, suspension rates, and mathematics. Moving forward to 2019, African American students were in the red in both mathematics and suspension rates, and orange in graduation rates, and college and career readiness. Our group was formed, APAC, to look at the data and elicit parent input leadership in regards to strengthening the dashboard results in all of the above indicators. Unbeknownst to us, back in 2017 and before, Dr. Peterson had been putting forth grassroots efforts to see how we as a district can reach our African American parents and communities. Because of her tremendous efforts and her call to action, she assigned Mr. Gil Diaz to establish a foundational group. And because of their efforts, I stand here on behalf of all the parents and students who have been impacted and will continue to be supported, and on behalf of our APAC 5 years later, to tell you thank you. We really appreciate you.
Next slide, please. All right, so the fun part of tonight is a big shout out to the month of February. And this is a special time where we completely celebrate. We celebrate all of the rich contributions that our African Americans and individuals that identify as Black have contributed to our society at large. So just for clarification, this is a moment in time to uplift, highlight, and affirm the rich history and contributions We also want to take this opportunity to cultivate in our African American, our Black students, a sense of self-pride, self-worth, and self-love. In addition, we want to expose the rich culture to all of our stakeholders, our students, our teachers, our school staff, and our community at large, specifically on the contributions of individuals that identify as Black or African American. This is in line with our district equity policy, in which we want to promote equity, diversity, and overall appreciation for all of the diverse cultures found in Colton Joint. Next slide, please. Our APAC team have collaborated with a ton of educators to create rich resources for all of our schools. We have elementary resources, middle school and high school, lesson plans, we have videos, we have activities that our staff can engage with in order to provide rich educational opportunities for our students in the classroom. This website is open to not only our teachers, but all of our students, all of our employees, and all of our community members in order to engage in those activities as well. In addition, it's going to provide all of the Black History Month events that we have collaborated to put on throughout the district. And we hope to continue to use this as an ongoing resource for our educators as we work to expand cultural representation in the classroom. If you want to have more access to the information, go ahead and follow the bit.ly Cjusd Black History Month. Next slide, please. So how has Black History Month gone so far? Let's go ahead and take a peek. Next slide, please.
All right, so these are some of the activities that we have been putting on as APAC. The first one that we had was movie night that was hosted over at Colton High School, and we had two movies. The first one was geared towards our tiny humans and our younger population, where we can look at Black individuals in the spotlight and showcasing their talents. The later movie was The Best of Enemies, where we were able to look at how intentional conversations can lead to changing perspectives on how people interact with each other. And it was geared towards our older populations. Next slide. Later on in the week, we also had Mr. Eugene Hamilton come and speak to our students. He shared his life story and how his interactions, specifically with educators, helped change his overall perspectives on life and how it really engaged his entire relationship making skills. He was able to share what his life was growing up, and he was able to share personal information with the students, and it was really great to listen to. Next slide. This week we have read-alongs with our own Miss Lang. We had one this past Tuesday, and we have one tomorrow where we are featuring Black authors, and we are talking about how to have inclusivity and courage to have difficult conversations with our students. We had a very large turnout on Tuesday. We had almost 70 participants. It was a beautiful thing, and we're looking forward to seeing the same thing on Friday. Again, all of the kids were extremely interactive and participatory throughout those events. Next slide. And then yesterday we had our APAC meeting where we had volunteers from different schools and parents and students all come to listen to the different things that we have had going on. Again, this is the one where we were looking at the events that we've already had, upcoming events, and also being able to share different resources. We highlighted James Wood, who is a yoga instructor, and he was able to take us through some exercises and share his resources that are available to us and what kind of programs he has that specifically target our African American young men population. Next slide. And here are some of our upcoming events.
Next slide, please. This Saturday, we have the great opportunity to take our annual road trip to Los Angeles and participate in the Black College Expo. For those that are unfamiliar with this event, this is a highlight because we have the opportunity to expose our students to a lot of colleges that are outside of our region, and specifically the historically Black universities. They come in and they provide their resources. A big highlight specifically for our graduating seniors and our juniors who are preparing for college is that they can come transcripts ready and get admissions on the spot. They also can get guidance and support, what to do to prepare themselves or answer some questions, their scholarship opportunities. Overall, it's a great opportunity for our families to come out. They have entertainment, they have supports, they even offer information and access to additional post-secondary options outside of college. It's a great opportunity. We love going. I want to thank the board for giving us the opportunity to take our students annually and our family and our students that come out and participate. So this Saturday, we will be taking a group of students, both middle school and high school, to LA. And we look forward to the wealth of knowledge that they're able to receive and just the overall great experience that they're going to have. Next slide, please. We have launched our Black Lives Matter Week of Action for the week of February 21st through the 25th. This is in tangent to the Black History Month website that we have, where we curated the resources. And what we want to do for this week is we want to navigate through those Black Lives Matter principles and give our students and our teachers the opportunity to specifically engage on these concepts. So on Monday, we want to explore the theme restorative justice. We want to expose our students to the groundwork in regards to the legal system that our community is active in. We want to explore the concept of empathy and how we show love and show appreciation and support for one another, and how we engage in a loving manner. In addition to those themes, we also want to highlight, we want to celebrate politicians that have made contributions to our society. On Tuesday, the theme is diversity and globalism. We want to expand the idea of what Black represents. We have cousins and sisters and brothers all over the globe, and we want to make the connection of what that representation actually looks like outside of California, outside of United States, and abroad. We also want to celebrate making connections with individuals that have created some contributions that may not necessarily get notarized. On Wednesday, we're going to focus on highlighting all Black lives, regardless of differences. We have a number of individuals that may not normally get representation. They may not normally get notarized because they don't fit the normal description of who gets the representation. So we want to take the time out to explore individuals that may have differences due to ethnicity, due to gender, due to sexuality. We also want to take the time to highlight our African American and Black scientists and innovators who have made life better for us. On Thursday, we are going to explore the concepts intergenerational Black families and Black villages. We want to explore the wealth of knowledge and the power and value between the relationships with our grandparents, our aunties, our uncles. We also want to provide opportunities for students to see Black families and Black villages in positive lights. We also are going to celebrate those individuals that are making impacts into the community. On Friday, we're going to wrap up our Black Lives Matter Week of Action, exploring the themes of Black women and being unapologetically Black. We want to push back on those gender norms and celebrate the rich contribution our Black women are having in the society at large. And we want to just celebrate being okay with who you are, no matter how you look or what people might perceive you to be. And in addition, we want to highlight our African American women athletes and entertainers that are making change in our world. So that is what our week is at large. And hopefully we all are celebrating and engaging during that time. The next event that we have for our students, February 22nd at 6 p.m., we are going to host our annual Student Showcase. This is an opportunity where all of our students, regardless of skill or talent, have an opportunity to expose how well they are artistically, whether that is singing, writing poetry, dancing, fashion designing. We want to give students the opportunity to showcase their talents outside of the academic environment. So we are looking for any student that's willing to participate. If you're interested, please sign up at the bit.ly BHMS Showcase, sign up, and we hope that our board will come out to celebrate our student performers. Next slide, please.
Before providing you with information regarding how to contact us, I would like to introduce our current 2022 APEC members. We have Regina Clausell, Pupil Personnel Services Coordinator, Dr. Dolores Curry, Grand Terrace High School Counselor, Deara Durham, Colton High School Assistant Principal, Tiffany Hampton, Slover Mountain High School Principal, Tanisha Jackson, Rutho Harris Middle School Assistant Principal, Tabrisha Lang, Terrace View and McKinley Elementary School Assistant Principal, and our newest member, Miss Tiffany Davis, Virgil Wilson Elementary School Assistant Principal. Under the leadership of Brandon Dade, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, and Dr. Tina Peterson, Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services.
And then if you would like to contact us, please make sure you follow us online. We have plenty of ways that you can contact us via social media or via email or through our website. Tons of information there. We have all of the presentations from our meetings. We have all of the information you need for Black History Month, and then you also have access to the Black Lives Week of Action lessons as well from there. So we definitely thank you for your attention tonight, and we hope that you follow us. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentations. Do we have board member comments? Mr. Fuentes?
Yes, Mr. Fuentes will always have a comment. Just wanted to thank each and every one of you for your leadership. I have been at some of the meetings when Mr. Eugene Hamilton was there, and he shared about his experience that he had. Wow, that was very uplifting, very, very much. I think the students really grasped what they were talking about. I'm gonna start to cry here. He really, really made an impact, even in me. I'm 49 years old, and he made an impact in me. And I think each and every day we have an opportunity to make a difference. So I want to thank you for that. I also was there for the read along with Mrs. Lang. Wow, man. That was Energy City. Man, that virtual meeting was energy everywhere. But it was exciting because I could see the kids really, really involved in the story and in the board of the jam board, putting up all the words, be yourself, be kind, etc. And I thought, that is very impactful. When you have students like that, and I'm talking elementary kids, young elementary lives, you touch them that way, and they start growing like that. That just says a lot. It's a very positive impact. And so I just wanted to say thank you once again for that. I could see the energy in those kids. I mean, I know Ms. Hamilton had turn off the mic many times.
Yeah.
You did have those kids that would pop up their mic again and stuff, but that just says that they're there. They want to be there. They want to be involved. So that just made a difference. We had almost 50 kids on the virtual meeting. So that was great. I saw some parents there. I saw some administrators there. I saw some teachers there too, counselors. Thank you. Thank you. Let's make a difference for our Black lives, for all the lives in our district. It's great to see the diversity that's going on, the different cultures, all of that. I'm just excited to see where our district is going. I applaud you and I applaud everyone for the efforts that are happening in our district. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Board member Flores.
Thank you, Board President Flores. Thank you for the presentation. Of course, I'm excited. I'm extremely excited that we're able to take the middle school students and high school students to the Expo in LA. The historically Black colleges and universities, HBCUs, are an incredible. Just the history behind so many of those schools is pretty incredible. The unfortunate thing, in many cases, they're a well-kept secret for a lot of communities. I think partially for us, number one, because where we are in California, most of the HBCUs are either in the South or back east, but also because we have so many first-generation kids who are going to college that oftentimes we don't have exposure to colleges or universities at all, other than what we might see on TV or we hear about or what's local. And the HBCUs are an incredible network of colleges that have such a rich history and tradition. I'm hoping that we can find ways to provide presentations throughout the year, particularly to our high school students, to let them know not only, the history behind these colleges and universities, but what they offer in terms of culture, in terms of networking. I was fortunate when I was in college in Washington, D.C. We had a lot of friends and some networks with Howard. An amazing school, right? I mean, the Vice President of the United States is an alumnus of Howard University, and she is a proud alumnus of an HBCU. So we have alumni that are here in the region. I would love to see them come and speak and give presentations. So, and we can talk about the fraternities and sororities that are part of that. And again, an incredible network that goes well beyond just your 4 years. I had a very long time coworker of mine. She went to Spelman, and she was a proud sorority sister that had a network that just spanned really the entire country. So that's a resource that I hope we can start to expose more of our students to here in Colton. The Expo is a great start, but I think we can do it throughout the year so that they're really prepared and have the opportunity to apply. There are lots of support and help for them that go beyond just the traditional colleges that we have here in the area. So thank you for that. And whatever we can do as a board, I'd love to see those presentations or those recommendations come back to us, because I think we would certainly support providing more resources to expose our students to the historical Black colleges and universities. So thank you for that. And thank you for the presentation.
Board Member Ibarra.
I also like to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you. I truly believe that education is an opportunity for experiences. And the experiences that you create, we create, and are out there for all our students is so important in their development, and they're providing them with the right direction so that they have an idea of where their next steps are going to be. As you develop this program, and it's been becoming a little bit more popular over the last couple of years, I think that many of our students are really fortunate to have individuals like yourselves, number one, but also the opportunity to learn about different cultures, learn a little bit about their culture, and explore what opportunities are presented to them as individuals. And everything that you do, from the assemblies to the activities to the field trips, just enhances their knowledge. And it creates a great knowledge base for all our students that participate, including as a parent as well, because sometimes we assume that parents know everything that's available, and they don't. And this is also a great opportunity for them, as well as our educators and our staff. So this program, what you're developing, is so vital to our district as a whole and to all our students as a whole. And I just want to say thank you. Thank to each one of you for what you're doing and what you're developing for the students of our district. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Board Member Ibarra. Anybody else? Okay. I just want to echo the big thank you for each and every one of you that is standing up and who were part of the presentation. Thank you so much for doing what you do every day and for your dedication. At CJUSD, we celebrate diversity. Diversity is a gift that we receive every day. So thank you. I would like to note that Board Member Thorny Ojeda has joined us. So now we are all here. I would just like to pause, Dr. Peterson, for a minute. I just want to remind the public that as an educational institution, we are still being required to wear masks throughout our district and also in every building and every campus. So we do have masks available, I believe here and in the back. So we would really appreciate if the members of the audience would cooperate in that matter. Thank you. Okay, moving on, we are going to 3.3, the Local Control Accountability Plan Mid-Year Supplement from Ed Services Division. I would like to invite Assistant Superintendent Dr. Peterson to present.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Flores, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the community. It is my pleasure tonight to present the 21-22 Local Control and Accountability Plan, or LCAP Mid-Year Supplement. Next slide, please. Tonight's presentation will include the LCAP update, supplement for the annual update, mid-year outcome data on our metrics, and mid-year expenditure and implementation data. Next slide, please. Okay, as you can see, our LCAP was approved by the San Bernardino County in September. Our local indicators were submitted to the state in October. Our LCAP survey was conducted in October and November. A few of the California dashboard items were released. And tonight is our presentation of the mid-year LCAP supplement that is required to be presented to the board. And then we are currently working on and have been working on our 22-23 LCAP update, which is due in June. And so we'll be here at a later date to present that. Next slide, please. The mid-year LCAP supplement was required by the state as part of the Budget Act of 2021 and Assembly Bill 130 that went into effect back in the summer. This bill requires districts to present a mid-year update at a regularly scheduled board meeting. That includes the items in our presentation tonight. Next slide, please. When Colton adopted the LCAP in June 2021, our expected budget, if you look at the first column there, is adopted in June 2021. Our LCAP budget was $57.5 million. The adopted state budget included additional funds that weren't anticipated by our district, and so we, with the adoption of the state budget, it actually adjusted our LCAP based on our unduplicated pupil population and our enrollment down to 52 million. And an additional 15% concentration funds was added that includes 6.8 million, which I'll discuss in a few slides, bringing our total LCAP budget for the year to $59.1 million. Next slide, please. So in the report to the state for the mid-year supplement, there are 5 prompts that we had to report on. I included that report in the board correspondence earlier last week. And so tonight I'll go through the information in each of those prompts before we get to our metrics. So prompt 1 was a partner engagement for Budget Act funds. And so basically summarizing our efforts to engage our educational partners with a focus on these 4 grants. The Educator Effectiveness Block Grant that was board approved in December. The additional 15% concentration funds that we'll discuss tonight, the A through G Completion Improvement Grant that's in process and will be presented in March, and the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program that's in process and will be presented to the board sometime in June. So in the fall of 2021, similar to all of our LCAP approvals, we have virtual meetings with the following groups. All of our district parent advisory committees, including the LCAP English Language District Parent Advisory and African American Parent Advisories, as well as our LCAP steering and writing committees. And in addition, we were provided feedback from our LCAP survey and our Safe Return to In-Person Learning survey that was conducted back in October. Next slide, please. Prompt 2 was to summarize how the district intends to use the additional 15% concentration add-on to increase the number of staff who provide direct services to students. As seen in the budget update earlier, this provides an additional $6.8 million to hire additional staff. After meeting with all community partners, LCAP committees, bargaining groups, and executive cabinet, Our recommendation to the board is to hire 18 TK instructional assistants, which will provide the ability to get to the 10-to-1 adult-student ratio, which will soon be required by the state in TK. 1 elementary band teacher, which will enable us to provide an elementary band teacher to each site and allow our middle school band teachers to support middle school only. 1 mental health clinical supervisor, which will allow us to support an increase in mental health interns for our students. 9 music, art, and PE elementary itinerant teachers, which will provide 3 teachers of each type, supporting 6 schools throughout the district to support these programs and provide time for teacher collaboration. 4 technology support specialists, which will provide more support for students, sites, and teachers, and support the one-to-one Chromebook process. 4 additional nurses to provide more support to students on site. 25 additional instructional assistants, and 5 bilingual aides for dual immersion, which will support each eligible site with an additional aide. 10 custodians, which will support student health through cleanliness and support keeping these positions when one-time funding runs out. Moving our health assistants from 6 to 8 hours and our library techs from 6 to 8 hours to support the health needs and technology literacy needs of our students. And then finally, 1 electronics technician to support the increase in electronics support in our classes. One thing I do want to bring to your attention is that this funding supports staff who provide direct services to schools with an unduplicated population greater than 55%. Unduplicated students include our English learners, foster youth, and low-income students. This percentage is determined by the number of qualified households that complete the data for school funding form at the beginning of the school year. Terrace View is at about 48% this year, which means they are below the 55% threshold, so this funding cannot be used with that school at this time. We will work with Terrace View on a plan to make sure as many households as possible complete the forms in July, so that we hope when school starts, we're able to support all school sites. Next slide, please. Prompt 3 is to briefly summarize LEA's efforts or Colton's efforts to engage educational partners in our one-time federal COVID-19 funds. These refer to funds that were and grants that we provided last year: the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan, Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant, our LCAP from last year, and our ESSER 3 Expenditure Plan. And so in those grants on those pages are the explanations of how we engage our educational partners in a similar process to this, with surveys, needs assessments, emails, social media, site and district meetings during the last 2 years as we develop those plans. Next slide, please. Prompt 4 was to describe the implementation of our ESSER 3 Expenditure Plan, including efforts to maintain the health and safety of students and staff. And so as you can see up there, we've implemented several actions to date, including the contract tracing, COVID testing, all of the PPE purchase for the district, outdoor hand washing stations at all sites, additional custodial staff throughout the district, our laser fiche system, substitute teacher incentives, our mental health clinical supervisors, tables and benches for our school sites, and sanitizing wipes for the entire district. This is a 4 or 5 year grant, and so additional items are currently in process and will be implemented in future years. Next slide, please. The final prompt was how we are using our fiscal resources consistent with our LCAP and our LCAP goals. And so our ESSER 3 funding within our ESSER 3 was used to support elementary and secondary summer school and our letters training for our K-12 teachers and administrators. Our safe return to in-person instruction and continuity of services plan included our additional custodial staff, increased hours over the past 2 years where we've needed extra support from our employees, contact tracing, COVID testing, PPE, cleaning and disinfection supplies, the student desks that were purchased at the beginning of the year, all our COVID-19 signage, and our HVAC upgrades before the school year began. Next slide, please. So that ends the prompts for the report. And so at this point, the final part of the presentation is a mid-year update on LCAP goal metrics and expenditure data. Over the next several slides, on metrics, you will see items in red, blue, and green. The metrics in red will mostly say NA because they're either not reported this year or have not been reported yet and will be provided in our LCAP when we bring it to you in June. Metrics in blue are those where the outcome is in progress. For example, student attendance would be for first semester. Final attendance numbers wouldn't be available until the school year ends in June. And then finally, there are items that are known, and these will be in green and either pertain to last year or are reported yearly, and we already have the results for. I will front load you at this point that you will see the effects of the pandemic on our students in these outcomes. Next slide, please. So goal 1 is our equitable access for all. So the items in red that are unknown at this point are EAP percentage prepared, which is a dashboard item we will not have this year. Our EL reclassification rate, which is not complete yet, and our percentage of least restrictive environment, which is also not complete. Our item in process or in progress is our percentage of GATE students, and we are continuing to add to that second semester. And then our note items are advanced placement pass rate, our UC A through G students meeting UC A through G requirements, our percentage of seniors for pathway completers, and our access to courses based off of our Lcap survey. The starting metric, the second column, the starting metrics are those metrics that were put in our 3-year Lcap and are represented from either pre-pandemic 2019-20, or last year during distance learning. And then the mid-year update is where we are in the first year of our 3-year Lcap. Next slide, please. These are the Lcap actions and services funded by the district. I won't spend long on this slide, as we've all seen this before, and this is all of the items that are funded, including our items for English learners, our career pathways, AVID, GATE, our libraries, our VAPA program, and our athletics. Next slide, please. So with slide 1, the total budget for the year is $29.4 million. Out of that goal at semester, we had encumbered or spent $25.2 million. Unspent funds include those for positions that were or are currently open, items like field trips that due to COVID we were not able to do, and items still in process for second semester. Goal number 2 is our student achievement goal. Next slide, please. Items in red are CCI prepared, is a dashboard item that will not be, the state is not using this year. Our items in blue that are currently in progress, our dashboard graduation rate, our DIBELS K through 1 benchmark, our I-rated diagnostics, and then our known items, our ELA, math, and English CAS from last year, our LPAC progress percentage, and our PSAT results. Next slide, please. Again, items being funded through the Lcap are our ELA and math support teachers, summer school, instructional materials, technology, our different trainings, and different programs that we use for instruction. Next slide, please. The total for goal 2 budgeted was $13.88 million this year. The total for goal 2 that's been encumbered and spent by mid-year is 12.2. And again, unspent funds are either positions, secondary summer school, which will happen in June, some collaboration time that was in the Lcap that due to COVID we haven't had due to the shortage of subs, and then items again still in process for second semester. Next slide, please. Goal number 3 is our wellness goal. The dropout rate is in red is the current item that we don't have data for. Those currently in progress are chronic absenteeism, our attendance rate, suspension rate, expulsion rate, and then our increased mental health referrals. Items that are known at this time are our school climate survey, our increase in Lcap survey participation, and maintaining our mental health positions. Next slide, please. Under the wellness goal, our Lcap funded items are all items that pertain to our physical and emotional and mental health of our students, including positions, clinical therapists, assistant principals, crossing guards, safety supplies nurses, health assistants, our speech pathologists, psychologist stipends, and different programs there for training. Next slide, please. LCAP actions and services funded, the total for goal 3 is $10.7 million. The total encumbered and spent mid-year is $10.2 million. And again, those are mostly items that are still in process, funds that are still in process second semester. Goal number 4, or next slide, please. Goal number 4 is our family and community engagement. And the metrics in blue include our increased attendance at all of our parent meetings, and majority of those have seen a large increase in attendance. Our parent leadership classes, our social media reach, which is more than doubled in first semester, and our parent workshop involvement. Items in green that are known is our Lcap survey participation. It did decrease, but we determined that we actually had overlapping surveys to parents at that time, and so we'll work on making that not happen next year. For family and community engagement, the LCAP funded items, parent workshops, community liaisons, translators, and our bilingual stipends are listed there. Next slide, please. And one more, and then next slide, please. Our LCAP actions and services for goal number 4, our total budget is $1 million, just over $1 million, and then the total encumbered or spent $832,000. And again, those are items still in process for second semester. Next slide, please. Goal number 5 is our access to resources. And our unknowns right now come from our school attendance and report card, which will come out within the next few months. Facilities, teacher credentialing assignments, teacher credential authorizations, and then our pacing guide completion, which we do at the end of the year. Those that are known, our instructional materials from our Williams visit, we had 0 findings, and then frameworks and standards, we are updated on our frameworks and our adoptions. Next slide, please. And funded items through the LCAP, our site department allocations, our new employee training, our textbooks, instructional materials for staff, our transportation, and then playground equipment. Next slide, please. So the total for goal number 5 budgeted is $28 million. The total encumbered or spent mid-year is $15.3 million. While this is about half, this is what we would expect at this time of year for this goal, since these are our resources to support the work of the district. And so most of the funds will be in process for second semester and should be spent during that time. Next slide, please. In closing, you can see the continuing impacts COVID-19 has presented as far as challenges for the first half of the school year. And despite these challenges, we know everyone is committed to provide the best possible services and education to our students. We want to acknowledge and sincerely thank the hard work and dedication of all of our employees, certificated and classified staff, the support of our parents, the resilience of our students, and the teachers to improve student outcomes. Next slide, please. And then I'd just like to thank, these are our community partners, and just thank them for all the input they've had throughout the years on our LCAP and continue to have moving forward with this process. And may I answer any questions from the board?
Thank you, Dr. Peterson. Questions from the board? We did get this ahead of time, and we had a lot of time to review, and we appreciate all the information that's on there and for updating us on this tonight.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to public comment. Board Bylaw 9323 states that individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda or non-agenda item. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 15 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. Okay. We ask that the appropriate public comment card be filled out. Each speaker will be invited to the podium, and we ask that you begin by stating your name and your residing city. We have Lorena, and I apologize, is that Coyer? Okay.
Hi, I'm Lorena. I reside in Grand Terrace. This is my son, Jake. I'm sure you've heard my name thrown around a lot these past few months. For the last 9 school weeks, my sons, Jake and Joshua, have been sent home every day for not wearing a mask at school. Education Code 48900 basically states they can only be sent home if they pose a threat to themselves or others, if they're selling drugs, caught with drugs, fighting, etc. They are completely healthy kids, and you're having your staff kick them off campus. Masks have particular uses for separate circumstances. They are not meant for healthy children in everyday life. I find it ridiculous that our kids have to wear a mask for 7 hours a day, but some of our politicians and celebrities can go to a Super Bowl or an indoor awards show here in California without a mask. Are they less at risk of COVID than our children simply because they have money or power? You know what other leaders do this? You guys. Some of you have enjoyed unmasked date nights at the Anaheim Convention Center or birthday parties at a local indoor venue. So tell me again why our kids are still masked. And please don't say it's the law. Because while you all voted to keep masks on our kids, all of you did not follow the indoor mask recommendation. I don't understand who can be okay with this and still willingly choose to mask our children. I say willingly because the guidance you say you are following is merely a recommendation, and we are free to disregard it. The guidance that you say you're following did not go through the legal steps with the APA to make it a law. Our politicians are laughing at you guys right now. What you guys are doing is child abuse. If you do not immediately end the mask mandate, I will make sure all of you are held accountable to the full extent of the law. If the mask mandate is not canceled immediately for all students and staff throughout the school district, I will continue to go after your surety bonds and insurance policies. I will also make sure I help all parents do the same. Enough is enough. Unmask our children. And just to let you guys know, El Dorado Union High School District and Roseville Union High School District have both dropped their mandates, their mask mandates. Thank you.
Next person, Lisa Villa.
Good evening. I'm Lisa Villa, and I'm from Golden. I look forward to the change for our Yellow Jackets and my Golden community finally. Although it will take years for our alma mater to recover from all the damage that was done, because it took years to get it to the point that it's at now. One main problem was our ailing sports program that the previous athletic director was allowed to put in a downward spiral after year. No one likes to play for a school that sucks. The complaints we addressed to you, that I've addressed to you in just these past couple of years are endless in all areas of the school. Although change is coming, I'm sad to say that my own children will long be gone by the time our alma mater gets back to its original glory. You, the board members, should be held accountable for letting Colton High be at the level that it's at. Where is our tunnel? Still do not have a tunnel. Colton is always last. Another example of poor leadership that you allow is the recent accident on Rancho, which involved one of our Yellow Jackets. Although all it would have took was one phone call from one of our leaders of Colton High to the mayor or the city of Colton, and it would have gotten handled. Students and staff have died and or been injured long before last month. It shouldn't have had to take a whole petition by the Colton community to make it happen. Leaders have the power to get things handled, but instead they are allowed to use that power for the negative. Which brings me to my next topic. I have been an employee for the district for 31 years. I worked at Colton High for most of that time because that is where I strive to work at. But instead of using me as an asset, they transferred me. I am asking you once again for you to create some kind of committee format or anything that would oversee the transferring processes. Only some of us in the security department are transferred. If being transferred is not a big deal, then transfer everyone in every single year in every single department, including the teachers, including the security managers. All of us need to know all the sites and all the different procedures and logistics of each site. We are all employees of the district, not just a few of us within the security department should be the only ones singled out. The security managers should lead by example and switch sites every year because they too should be flexible and adaptable. I am also asking for you to create a private survey amongst the security department with no names on it. That way, no one will fear retribution for their honest responses. Ask them how they feel our managers run our department. Ask us if we feel safe on our campuses that we work at. Ask if we feel like a team. Ask if we like our supervisors, if we think our supervisors have our backs. Most likely, you will not be happy with the responses you will receive. It's disheartening to know that you, the board members, do not listen to the cries for help or any of the complaints you do. You do what
Thank you.
benefits
Time
yourselves
is up.
and your friends.
Thank you.
Even if it sacrifices student success. Thank you.
We're moving on to item 5.1, California Universal Pre-Kindergarten Planning and Implementation Grant Program. We'd like to invite Assistant Superintendent Dr. Peterson and her staff.
Thank you, Board President Flores. I'd like to introduce Dr. Syed Haider, our K6 Director, to make tonight's presentation.
Good evening, Board President Flores, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and all in the CJUSD community. I am Syed Haider, Director of Elementary Education. Tonight, I'll be sharing with you some information about state initiatives to strengthen early learning experiences in the primary grades. And also, if you can go back to 2 slides. Thank you. Sorry about that. Early learning experience in the primary grades, and also how we are planning to leverage and implement these changes proposed by the state. Next slide, please. The California Department of Education preschool through 3rd grade alignment effort stems from a belief that gaps in children's opportunities and learning outcomes demand system-level reform at the state, county, district, school, and community level to disrupt inequities, address bias, and promote equitable opportunity. The focus begins in early years, and the quote on this slide explains why. According to First Things First, 90% of brain growth happens before kindergarten. At birth, the average baby's brain is about a quarter of the size of the average adult brain. Incredibly, it doubles in size in the first year. It keeps growing to about 80% of adult size by age 3 and 90% nearly full grown by age 5. Next slide, please. Universal Pre-Kindergarten, or UPK, is one of the key state focus to improve learning in early years. This slide illustrates what the UPK consists of. As part of UPK, we have UTK, which is Universal Transitional Kindergarten, CSPP, which is the California State Preschool Program, Head Start, which is the federal program for 3 to 5 years old, and other private providers. The goal is to provide access to quality learning for all 4-year-old students before kindergarten. Next slide, please. As part of UTK, there are significant changes coming to the transitional kindergarten program. As of now, the average class size for transitional kindergarten is 24 students, and it's for students who turn 5 between September 2 and December 2 of the school year. Moving forward, every year the birth date will be extended by 3 months. So by 2025, all students who turn 4 by September 1 will be able to enroll in TK. So basically, TK will be a new complete grade level. Starting next year, the adult to student ratio in a TK class will come down to 1 to 12. As a district, we are considering hiring instructional assistant for all the TK classes to meet this ratio requirement. And you heard that was mentioned by Dr. Peterson in the Lcap presentation. It is also possible that this ratio will come down to 1 to 10 if additional funding is allocated. There are specific credential requirements for TK teachers that will become effective August 1, 2023. Next slide, please. For the universal pre-kindergarten program, school districts must develop a plan that allows access of full day of learning the year before kindergarten. This means 9 hours and 5 days a week. Just to clarify, this does not mean students have to be in a TK class for 9 hours. Part of the 9 hours can be other learning opportunities, including preschool, Head Start, and ACES or Think Together. And parents, of course, have a choice of which programs they want their students to be part of. Next slide, please. Just to reiterate, we are still in the planning process. We are collaborating with different stakeholders, and this is how the structure will most likely look like when we have the plan ready. Under the Ed Services Department, TK classes in elementary school will work in collaboration with preschool and Head Start and Think Together program, as well as other community-based programs. Next slide, please. Here are some deadlines that we are planning to follow to develop this program. By March, we plan to gather input from parents and the community. By April 15th, we hope to submit a draft plan to the county for review. By June 1st, we will meet with the county for input. And by June 30th, we plan to submit a draft to the Board of Education. And we will also need to respond to additional questions from CDE by July 31st. Next slide, please. Additionally, in order to strengthen our P3 program, we are planning to bring consistency in the kindergarten program at all 18 schools. The first step for this is having common instructional minutes for all 18 schools so that there is equity for all students. We are working with a group of kindergarten teachers to develop an extended day of learning schedule for all K students, as well as additional intervention for students who are struggling. Next slide, please. As mentioned, a group of teachers are working to align and develop an extended day schedule that will be common for all schools, and district is also working with ACE to reach an understanding on the kinder teacher-student contact time. Last slide, please. I will end this presentation with another quote from Eric Scheninger. All kids have greatness hidden in them. It is the job of the educator to help them find and unleash it. I feel if we provide opportunity for our students in their early years, they will be able to unleash their potential as they go through middle school and high school and join the workforce. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hyder. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Dr. Flores. Board Member Flores.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation. This is exciting. I think we've had a number of conversations here at this board about the value of early education and the impact that early education can have. And you can talk to any kindergartner teacher and she can tell you within the first 10 minutes on the first day which kids have gone to preschool or TK and which ones didn't have that opportunity. So this is it's heartfelt and it's exciting. So a couple of questions that would be helpful in terms of clarity, because the way it works right now is there really are 3 programs that exist that overlay and overlap here in the district. So we have Head Start, which is a federally funded program that comes to the county, and we contract with the county for Head Start funding for our Head Start sites, and essentially those seats, those students that are Head Start students. Then there's state preschool money that comes to us through the county superintendent of schools for the students that are state preschool students. And then they introduced TK, which was another source of funding that came, I believe, directly from the state, if I'm not mistaken, for those transitional age kids that we talked about. Basically, it was the kids that no longer, under the old cutoff, they would have made kindergarten, but because we moved that to December, they no longer made that cutoff, but there's that opportunity for them because they're kind of that tweener to go to school. So number one, how, from a funding standpoint, how is that going to look under this? I mean, those are separate streams of funding. And at least I'm familiar with Head Start, having worked for the county, there's a lot more flexibility with the Head Start funding to provide support services for the families and to do other things. So how does that work in terms of the funding coming to us, and will there still be some flexibility? Do we even know? Do we even have those answers yet about how the funding will come to us?
I can give some basic answers, but I'll defer to other people expert with funding. So basically, what the program, it doesn't, we don't necessarily need to align all the funding or have one pot of funding. We can keep the programs as they are. What the UPK plan wants is for different programs to collaborate and work in sync with each other, so that if a parent wants their child to be in TK in the morning, they attend TK in the morning. Nothing changes with the funding. Everything stays the same. It's in the same school. And if that school, let's say, is Grant, and they have a preschool in Grant, so then maybe when school dismisses at 11:30 or 12, the student can eat lunch and go to the preschool program for 3 hours. And then Grant also has a Think Together program. Then they will go to Think Together. Now, this is again not a requirement, like, because that's the question we get from parents, that do we have to do all these? No, they don't have to. It's to give parents the opportunity to receive the support they need. And what we want to do is work together, put all these programs in communication with each other, so that the students get a seamless experience from one location to another. Now, part of the grant, the money that we'll be getting can be used for TK, preschool, Head Start, and Think Together is also a part of the grant. That ELOP grant money can be used for Think Together. So the program doesn't say that you are restricted to use this money or that money. I think they're very flexible. And even we are allowed to use other communities that are offering services, which we intend to do at some point.
Will the same eligibility requirements that are currently in place for Head Start and state preschool still be in place, meaning families have to meet those income thresholds? Or in the case of Head Start, if it's a disabled student, income is not necessarily an issue, but they have to meet that threshold?
The information we have currently is that has not changed yet. Okay. They may be changing down the road, but it has not changed yet.
And are we looking at rolling this out at all sites, at more sites? Right now, we obviously don't offer TK at all of our sites. And Head Start is usually through our specific programs at specific sites. Are we looking at rolling this out to more sites or eventually all sites?
So the TK program is a state requirement. Ultimately, we have to offer TK for all 4-year-olds and or any student that meets the cutoff. So even if we are not, we are planning to offer TK at 15 elementary schools, 2 additional ones. And by 23-24, it will be in all schools. So even if students homeschool may not have TK, they will be able to attend TK at the nearest homeschool. So it will be offered to all students who meet the cutoff. And then if there is no preschool there, what we are working with Think Together, so that we can offer Think Together services for TK and kindergarten students at that school site. So our goal is that's what we are working on, is how do we offer this? Not all parents will access it, especially the first year, but we have to be prepared to have it available for all students that meet the requirement.
If I can jump in, but Board Member Flores, it will have an effect on preschool in that we will have more than likely more students in TK as the age expands than we would in preschool. So we have to work those plans out.
Okay. And potentially it could create more eligibility in those preschool slots as those kids may gravitate towards TK. I'm optimistic. I think more parents will take advantage of it than we think, just because it is a great opportunity to expose their kids to education early. Something we looked at wasn't available at our home school or at a neighboring school. So, the fact that it'll be expanded I think we'll see more interest, and that's a great thing to have the kids engaged early. With respect to the credentialing of the teachers for those programs, and again, each program kind of has its own requirements for what you need to have in terms of credentials or certifications for teaching. You kind of alluded to that. What's the plan, or what will be required for under the UPK plan? Will there be the same requirements, new requirements?
So we are actually working, in addition to Ed Services Department, we are also working with HR and other departments, Fiscal Services Department, so that they can help us with the budget. And also because there will be a lot of hiring required, and making sure that teachers meet the requirement to teach the TK classes. So thankfully, at this point, the credential requirement for teachers has been extended to August 2023. So we have some leverage, but we are getting lots of several grants for training. So educator effectiveness grant, and also we are applying for another grant that's coming under this. So we are planning to offer trainings for teachers who may be interested in doing early childhood teaching TK basically. And also one of the good thing is that any teacher who's teaching TK now, if they teach TK next year, they will automatically, there is a criteria where if they have early learning experiences teaching younger students, they qualify for it automatically. So any teacher who's teaching TK now or next year will automatically qualify to teach TK.
If I can add to, we're looking to partner with hopefully some area local universities. Just got off the phone with one today, where we might be able to, with our grants, fund the credentialing of either instructional aides to get their TK, or people to get the extra units needed to do that. And so we're looking at creating those kind of partnerships as well.
Well, and that's great. I look forward to the conversations here at the board, and I think it goes without saying, there's a bit of a disparity between the pay for early education. This is not just us; this is universal. And you have folks that want to be in early education. They go and get degrees to focus on early education, but at some point they almost can't afford to stay in that field. They have a bachelor's degree, so they leap to the traditional K through 12 because the benefits and pay are typically substantially more. Building that equity and being able to support educators that want to be in that early education field and stay there and grow there would be great. I mean, and that's a conversation that we have to have as a board, our represented members and all that. And I welcome that, because I know that there is a disparity there and the requirements continue to increase. And yet a lot of times the organizations, because the grants are limited, aren't able to pay more to keep up. So you have to make a tough choice. I can stay in early ed, or I can jump into K through 12, where it's probably going to be a little bit better for me in the long run. So I'd like to, I'm sure we as a board want to address that to make sure that we can hire, retain, and have a really robust early education workforce here, because those that have a heart for those little ones, and not everybody does, we all have a different niche, we want them in that area working with the little ones. So anyway, thank you. That's great. I appreciate the presentation.
I think that's a great point, Mr. Flores. I think the state recognizes that disparity, so some of the funding certainly can be used for that purpose to, up the salaries for our preschool and Head Start folks. So something that we, as the team here plans this out, certainly would consider that, because we recognize that. And so thank you for those comments.
Other comments? If not, thank you, Dr. Hyder.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to 5.2, Late Start Bill Student Services Division. Would like to invite Assistant Superintendent Ortiz to present.
Good evening, Board President Flores, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. I'm here tonight with Miss Missy Kingston. She'll be helping out with any questions that you might have, and also our wonderful Transportation Department Director, Mr. Eric Richardson, and Regina Parks are here tonight also. So the purpose of tonight is to provide the board with pertinent information regarding the options and allow you to provide feedback. Second, also, is assure the board that we have done the work, the research, and we're providing you with the best options possible. And I define best as viable, practical, and ready to implement by July 2022. So the first background of the law, the two main tenets of the law is that middle schools cannot start before 8 a.m., high school cannot start before 8:30 a.m. Next slide. So planning and the work began in the fall. We do have to implement by July 2022, and there is time, but decisions need to be made. So we want to start it early. We developed a late start committee that included a variety of different groups and folks from the district in different divisions and departments. We met with our transportation department to begin the discussion of bus availability, routes, and start and end times. We also contracted with TransFinder, which is a very common and popular system that other districts throughout California and the United States use to help with bus route efficiency. We've collaborated with other neighboring districts who have started and are in the same process. Since the last board meeting, we conducted 2 district-wide parent meetings to solicit parent feedback and input. We've worked with and have support from our 2 associations. And we also included, obviously, Eric and CISO as far as getting feedback for nutrition services because his group will be impacted as well. Next slide. As with any change is difficult, but there is opportunity in this change. And that opportunity comes in continuity and alignment for Colton Joint Unified School District as far as common start end times for each level, elementary, middle school, and high school, and also common early release days for all the different levels. That consider where we are right now. We have 18 elementary sites in 7 different start times, 4 middle schools in 4 different start times, and 27 schools total in 4 different minimum days. So there is opportunity here. It will be a challenge, but we are up for the challenge. Next slide. So like I said, we did conduct 2 parent meetings. We had a little bit over 800 parents attend, and we gave them the opportunity to provide input, both questions, but also feedback. Ms. Kingston was nice enough to pull the general themes that were gathered from those comments. And I won't go through all of them, but I'll hit the top ones that came up consistently. One, the consideration of what if I have a child at more than one school? So that will definitely be a challenge. The desire for 0 period, that doesn't go away. The law does allow for that, but instructional time does begin at 8:30 for the high schools. The increased need for childcare, that's obviously an issue. I was informed that Think Together will provide extended time for help with parents with that. Parents do want to know ASAP, so what is the schedule? That was a common question. Concerns with their employers, so that's going to impact parents possibly getting to work late, so what would that look like? Ms. Alejandra de la Torre, who was there helping, recommended that we have a parent meeting just to kind of discuss what are some options and kind of give them and help them through that process. So we are more than open to that. And also just the last 2 that I'll talk about are just concerns about sports activities and family time. Now students, family members getting home later, but also walking home later after sports and other activities. So all of these issues, I guarantee you that we did come up and discuss as a committee, just based on our late start committee with school folks. And so there are similar concerns, and I think we can address those. Next slide. So our work with TransFinder, like I said, one of the easiest and most intuitive tools that other districts throughout the country use for routing, scheduling, and planning. School bell times and student ride times, that defines the routing efficiency. So you want students on the bus, but you don't want to keep them on the bus too long. The schedules that we'll present, I also want to mention that does not include pre-trip and post-trip times. This is strictly times that they're on the road with students on them. And obviously, the more time the bus has to pick up and deliver students, the more buses that are required. Next slide. So what are some, the slide says considerations, but really I should have put it limitations. What are some things that the committee and cabinet had to consider and make decisions within and develop these schedules based on these limitations? So one, we have by July 1st, 2022, so there is time. There was no new funding tied to this law. And middle school and high can't start before 8 and high school not before 8:30. So within that boundary, we had to develop some schedules. Probably the biggest piece to this is transportation, busing. So bus availability, we bus both gen ed and special ed students. We have right now about 30 buses dedicated to gen ed students and 23 buses dedicated to our special ed population. So it's a total of 53 buses. But we also have to consider, because it came up, well, what about just purchasing more buses? The issue with that is the cost. Each bus is about $250,000. The other thing is bus drivers. We are in a staffing shortage and difficult to find folks to drive, to fill even simple positions. So the purchase of buses in some ways is a one-time cost, but trying to find bus drivers is an ongoing cost. But there's also the issue of our transportation yard. There's not enough space to park additional buses. In addition to that, is purchasing more buses, we also have a replacement process. We're replacing buses that may be not functioning. So all of those things were important for us to consider. The other thing is, as we've tried to find schedules that fit to the law and strictly to the law, like middle school at 8, high school at 8:30, and when you consider that, in talking to Eric and Regina, that at minimum, they need at least 37 minutes in between each start time for each level to maximize bus efficiency. So if we started elementary at 7:30, middle school at 8, and 8:30 for high school to keep that strict to the law, that increased the amount of buses for anywhere from 39 to 45. And right now we have 30. So that limited the number of options that we have based on, like I said, the availability of buses and the cost and staffing. Next slide. So as I go through the options, just consider those things. And for me, as I've worked with transportation, it's been enlightening as a layperson who doesn't understand all the intricacies of it. But I will say before I get started with the schedules, every minute counts. Just like when we leave for work, we leave just 5 minutes late, it throws everything off. So every minute counts. So option A, next slide. Option A is a 3-tier system. So elementary starts at 7:40, middle school at 8, and high school at 8:45, all keeping within the law. The advantage is it's unified time for each level. It's a later time for elementary. And what I mean by that is it's not 7:30. And right now we have 7 elementary schools that already start at 7:40. So there is some consistency there. Not easy for all the others, but at least that elementary schools, those elementary schools, that 7:40 has been there. It's an earlier time for middle school, not much. I think some of our middle schools start at 8:05, 8:10, but it is earlier for them. In bus availability, if you look at the bottom, there's 32 buses are required in the AM, 31 in the PM. But understanding that when when transportation works with routing, there is ability to collapse routes. And so we are certain that we will have enough buses for that one. The cons is the later start time for high school. Okay, 8:45 is past the minimum of 8:30. And the last one is elementary schools. It will impact those schools that start right now later than 7:40. Next slide. Oh, actually, questions on that schedule from any of the board members? I'll take questions at the end too, but just in case you wanted to stop.
So I just want to make sure. So on option A, all elementary schools would start at 7:40 and so forth, all those?
Yeah, yes.
Right, yeah, okay.
Next slide. With option B, elementary schools will start at 7:30, middle schools at 8, and high school at 8:40. With this option, again, unified start time for each of those levels. It's an earlier time for middle school, earlier time for high school, albeit 5 minutes from the previous option. Buses are available, and we would be able to work this option out. And teacher collaboration is possible, given the start and end times. The cons is, again, earlier start time for elementary and earlier breakfast start time for the elementary. And the next slide is just questions for that option. Okay, next slide. And then option C, elementary starts at 7:40, high school at 8:30, and middle school at 9:12. The advantages of this option is it's, again, unified time. It's a 3-tier system. Buses are available based on the buses that we have. It is a later time for elementary, and meaning later than 7:30. It provides consistency for those 7 elementary schools already starting at 7:40, and it is an earlier start time for high school. The cons, obviously, the late time for middle school, and teacher collaboration isn't possible in the PM for the middle school. But again, based on the buses that we do have, this is an option that is possible. And I think the last slide is just questions again.
Questions from the board? Board Member Ibarra.
Thank you very much. My question revolves around the elementary school time on this particular option and all the other options. But this one here is 7:40. Now, typically a parent or parents start their workday at 8. So my question is that, are we going to be prepared to receive students earlier than 7:40 because the parents have to travel to work after they drop them off? Is that something that we've considered? And will we be able to have maybe 7:30 drop-offs?
Yes, and that's why, Mr. Ibarra, that's a really good question. It will, the sooner we can make a decision on the schedule, then the work starts with the schools and the associations and HR to make sure that we can adjust schedules to make sure that we do have folks there, as well as working with Think Together to make sure that if that's an option for parents, that we provide that option or service, I should say.
Okay, and the PM buses, I assume those are the late buses, right?
Yes.
Okay.
After school buses,
After
yeah.
school late buses.
Yes.
Or after.
Just dismissal buses, just the buses at the regular dismissal time of day, not late buses like for tutoring.
Okay, so those won't be available. Those being considered for our middle school, high school students, our athletic programs. Any of, is there any? Do we do that now?
Yeah, we currently have late buses. So, and I would defer to Director Richardson on the other buses in late buses in the new schedules.
Because I think some of the concerns that the parents will have is going to revolve around those issues as well.
Sure.
Particularly or primarily if they're not able to pick up their older students. And will we offer a bus later than the PM bus?
Those buses will be offered. It will not affect anything because all the buses that we have that are late buses, we're looking at the 4:10 and the 5 o'clock. All the buses that we have dropping after high school, all those buses are available. So we have several buses that can do the late pickups. So we looked at the late pickups from each school now, and we're able to accommodate that.
Okay, thank you. My question now is that who will coordinate that so that the students, particularly the athletes, will be able to access those buses with the coaches?
Okay,
I know some coaches run their practices till 9. They practice a variety of different hours, who would be the person responsible to make those contacts with the individual coaches to make sure that their athletes are able to access those buses?
Well, I think usually now we have late buses that pick up some of the athletes as late as what, 5 o'clock, 5:30?
Yeah.
And what happens is they'll let us know, even swim teams, for example, we're able to pick those students up and take them even during the routes and bring those students back. If we are aware of, a bus that's needed, we always go ahead and provide the buses for the different schools for the late route, late pickups and those types.
Could you let me know when you use the word they will let us know? Who are they?
The schools or the athletic director.
The athletic director. Okay. So the athletic director would be the person responsible for notifying all the coaches, and you would give them the information required in order for them to share that with the coaches.
They would basically let us know. The athletic directors, they usually send out what?
They send out notices to us.
And we're aware of them then, because I know you've received them several times. That once they send out the notice to us, then we're able to schedule the buses for the pickups. And that's usually from the athletic directors. And if it's a late call, they will even call us to say, hey, we need a bus at this time for this particular school, for this particular sport, and we're able to accommodate.
Okay. That includes after practice?
We've delivered some after practice, not many, huh?
Not many. The way it goes now is that we look into the principals and the athletic directors usually look into the after-school programs as well as the athletics. They will set 1 or 2 different pickup times for us, and they advise their coaches that these are their pickup times for available to their students. Anything after those pickup times are parents' responsibilities. So that would not change, but we will still offer those services available for them.
And that would be the message to the parents at that point. And the only reason why I asked, so that you know, is that I just want to make sure there's a line of communication that occurs here so that no students are left and we don't have any of those type of problems. So thank you for your answers.
And just one more, Mr. Ibarra, that once the schedule is decided on, that's the coordination that would happen after. So absolutely, we would make sure that we have those discussions and make sure that information is shared with both athletic directors, principals, parents, and transportation.
Thank you.
Other board members? Board Member Haro.
I hate this. I said this at the last board meeting and I'll say it again. It just angers me that assembly members who have no idea what they're doing to students pass something without any input from schools. And they don't fund it. So this is just so aggravating that we have to sit here and discuss this. However, now that I've got off my soapbox, my question to you is, how many schools do you know? How many, maybe Tina? I don't know. I know we have our schools right now. Our elementary schools are already a lot of them are staggered. Do we kind of have an idea how many right now are starting before the 7:30 or 8 o'clock, and how many are between 8 and 9? And I know Harupa used to start after 9. I don't know if they still do. Do we have an idea of how many schools we're impacting as far as if they already start at 7:40 or
7 currently, Ms. Otto, 7 start at 7:40. So that means the remaining 11 other elementary. So we have 18 elementary. 7 start at 7:40. The remaining 11 have different start times. So I don't have a breakdown, but I can get that to you as far as.
I'm just curious what the breakdown is, where they fall after that 7:40 time frame.
It ranges anywhere from 8:05, 8:10, and then I think 9:15.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just curious as to how many we're impacting, because especially like Mr. Ibarra said about the work You know, if you're used to going into work, taking your kid to school at 9:15, and maybe you have something going with your, your boss or whatever. I mean, that's a big difference. Oh, let's see, my other question. Personally, I hate option C. I cannot see students in high school getting out of school at 4:10, nor a teacher, because teachers, we know, historically stay much later after their class. This is not right. This isn't, no, I think option C is, personally, I think that's not right. And I forgot what other questions I had. So go ahead and ask another board member, and then I might think of it, because I just.
Board Member Flores?
Absolutely. And thank you, Board Member Haro, and good questions. You know, it's interesting. We've been talking about this for so long. I have the list from the 15-16 school year when I asked that very question. So I actually have all the start times. They really haven't changed for all the schools when it comes to the elementaries, because the disparity that we have with the earlier schools being at 7:40 and the later schools being at 9:05 or 9:15. And I asked it then, I'll ask, and again, you know, it's all the Bloomington schools. And that still bothers me that, and I was told it's because of transportation issues, but a 9 o'clock start time, and having spoken to principals and folks here in Bloomington, one I'll name because she retired from the district, but former principal Carlton used to tell stories about how kids were being dropped off at like 7:45 and 8 o'clock and sitting on the curb until school started at 9 o'clock. A 9 o'clock or 9:15 start time, particularly for the little ones, is just, and the disparity, I guess that's the part that always got me. The disparity in the start time for our families was always difficult. And for our teachers, it's equally difficult. And they would have concerns about not being able to participate in some of the meetings and events that they would have to go to for their respected unions. So thank you for bringing uniformity, because I don't think that should be an advantage or disadvantage to work at one side over the other when it comes to something like a start time. So that uniformity, I hope, for our teachers and our staff helps bring a little bit more equity to the question. And I agree wholeheartedly with Board Member Haro. You know, option C is difficult, not only because it's a bad option, not only because we've got middle school getting out at 4:10, which is really late, but speaking as somebody who's going to have literally a high schooler, a middle schooler, and an elementary all at the same time, because my kids are all spaced that way. I don't know, I dropped my elementary kid off at 7:30 for 7:40, and I'm stuck with my middle school kid for another hour plus. I mean, how do you do that as working parents? So I think finding an option that brings also some sense to how we can try to stagger these times where we can get them as close as possible, because we're hindered by what the state has done to us. I think options A and B are much better than C. I agree. I think C's got to be off the table, because it just pushes things too late. And enough's been said about how difficult this is going to be for our high school kids, because even if you get out at 3:30 or 3:40, all of our sports and after school activities, I mean, these kids are going to be going until 8 o'clock at night. It's going to be really difficult. But anyway, I think option C should be off the table, for what it's worth. The 7:40 start time seems to work well. We're on a 7:40 start time. Option A seems like it would probably be maybe the least disruptive in some ways, but certainly I would concur with Board Member Haro that option C should be off the table. Okay, so thank you.
Okay. Board Member Fuentes.
Yes, I'm going to kind of ditto with my colleague Haro and Mr. Flores said also. I did speak to some elementary principals, and I've spoken to them even before I was a board member here. The 9:15 start for the Bloomington elementary schools was horrid. I have girls that my daughters went to Grimes Elementary, and I remember that students would be sitting in the benches outside of Grimes at 7:45 in the morning. No cars in the parking lot yet. And sometimes I literally would park and just keep an eye on them, because parents were used to dropping them off at 7:40, 7:30 in the morning. Eventually, I think it was Miss Carlton who started opening the gate around 8 o'clock just to let them into the NPR to have their early breakfast. And I think Dr. Moore currently does that with our Grimes students. So option C, that's like, I wouldn't even look at it. Option B looks good, but to me, option A is probably more uniform because we already have 7 schools that start at 7:40 and 11 schools that need to start at 7:40 eventually, because of the law that was placed on us without any input. So earlier today, I spoke to the superintendent about the high school start times, and I was sharing with him that I had asked my daughter, who goes to Bloomington High School, if 8:45 was kind of late for her, and she said, Dad, it is a little late. She says I would consider 8:30 to be a good time for me to start. But then I did receive the explanation from the superintendent about the busing, and then I heard about the so many minutes that you need in between each of. So that's feasible, that's explainable. But from an input from a high school student, it's always good to hear. So I asked her, and she says, because she says, Dad, 15 minutes makes a difference. For me to get out at 3:30 gives me 15 minutes to go to my club, do my athletic stuff, or whatever she does after school. My daughter sometimes doesn't get home or doesn't call me until about 7:30. So now I think she's going to end up calling me at 9 o'clock at night just to get picked up from her activity that she does in school. But this was put on to us. We got to deal with it. We got to work with it. For me, option A would be something that I would consider. Option C, no. B, maybe. But I think A, to me, as a parent, as a board member, I would consider option A. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like we may have a consensus on option C. I agree. I would agree to put option C off the table. And I think we do have a consensus on that. Any other board member comments? Okay, so Dr. Ortiz, what's the plan from moving forward?
Just what if the executive cabinet was in consensus as well that option A is the best or most viable option also. If we have the board's consent, we would like to move forward with option A, and then we can begin the planning and getting it out to schools and parents.
Can I add something to that? Thank you, Dr. Ortiz, and board member. Appreciate your comments, and I want the board to know in the community that this change is pretty significant in the impact on families, and so that's something that's been said about that it's the law. And I'll tell you personally, I'll share with you. I have a 15-year-old that is in swimming, and this changed this year, and it's impacting our household. Our dinners are later, and we're picking up later. I'm staying later at work, and then picking him up, and he's getting home pretty late, and it's been a significant change for our families, and we understand that, we respect that, and I think Dr. Ortiz has a 15-year-old and high school kids, and so we realize that it's a pretty big change, and something that we want to certainly get board consent permission to move forward with planning, because it's going to take planning, working with our unions and schedules and so forth. So we realize it's definitely not an easy decision. You saw the work the committee did. I really appreciate the committee and the outstanding the work they've been doing for a long time now. So they since back in fall and even before that, we've been talking about this for a while, and so we're at this point where we're confident. And me as a superintendent to the Board of Education, I'm recommending option A, because I think that's less change for even our elementaries, and so that's I want to share that with the board and get my thoughts. Just one more question.
I have a question, Dr. Miranda. With the high schools, 0 period included, does the 8:30 rule apply there? And I've seen no over there. So So we could actually start a 0 period at 8 and they'd be okay.
Yes, you can have Mr. Ibarra, the whole obviously student population starting at 0 period, but a 0 period is possible. But like I said, the instructional day begins at 8:30, but 0 period is still possible.
And that's not considered instructional period?
It is, but the instructional minutes, meaning when we start collecting ADA, would start at 8:30.
Okay.
Or 8:45, depending on the option.
Board Member Thoreen Ojeda.
Thank you for this information. When I look at the options, I think the only one to me that makes a lot of sense is option A. In addressing your concern about the parents dropping off kids early, maybe 8 o'clock is a regular time. I think of 7:30 as a start time. And I would assume that breakfast starts like 15 minutes before school, so they'd be dropping the kids off around 7:35. Kids would then go to breakfast and be ready to go to class at 7:40. The consistency of all the schools starting at the same time at each level makes a whole lot of sense to me. People will get confused all the time. But the best part for a school principal would be 7 schools won't have parents upset at elementary level. And that's a lot of people. And I think that makes a whole lot of sense. You're not disrupting them because they're probably going to be disrupted in the middle and high school. But that makes a lot of sense. And I really think that the most important piece here is teacher collaboration. We keep it there. I know we kept it in the other two. But when I look at all this, it makes the most sense to me to go to option A for all the consistency. We'll still have time for teacher collaboration because they're the most important people at that school. They need to get together and have time to really plan and do things together. And I think that's a great advantage for us to be looking at. So, and the other thing is, in my experience, many of the middle and high school kids have the responsibility of getting their sibling little ones off to school. There's 20 minutes there that they can get them in one place and run off to the other. So I think that might get more kids on time to both places if you get them up early enough in the morning. So thank you.
Yeah, just like Dr. Miranda said, my household this year, my children's school district began. So kudos to all the grandparents out there that are helping us get our kids to school. One, and then two, it does, my oldest, who's a senior, does, when I leave for work, does help to make sure that my little one, who's a 4th grader, gets ready too. Or sometimes the 4th grader helps the senior get ready for, so I agree.
Mr. Fuentes?
Dr. Ortiz, if we do consider option A, will minimum days be gone for Wednesdays?
No, it would be Wednesdays for all schools.
All schools?
Yes.
So, for example, it would be late start for high schools as they are currently?
Early.
Early start, excuse me.
Early release. Early release.
So everybody would, instead of, for example, my daughter currently on Wednesday starts school at 9:30 instead of the regular schedule. But it would change for early release for high school, middle school, and elementary?
Yes.
Okay, so instead of her going in at 9:30, she'd go out at her regular time of, what if we choose 8:45 time? But she would be a release.
Release, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Ojeda?
I'm sorry, I had one more thing I wanted to ask. Because the elementary school is getting out so much earlier, is there any possibility of extended time with the Think Together program after school?
Yes.
Or did you say that already?
We were informed. I'll turn it over to Dr. Peterson. She has information about that, Ms. Oliver.
Yeah, we will be working with all of our school sites next year to have that 9-hour block for every school site so that there's extended time.
How will this information move forward and to communicate to our community?
We can send out through Parent Square and our social media once we get the schedule going. Ms. Ms. Flores, also, we can send communication to the principals who can start communicating at that point, what the new schedule will be. Like I said, we'll continue to work with the groups to make sure that they have the support that they need to get started.
We also talked about parent meetings, once we get the schedules and more information. So we will be having several parent meetings.
Okay.
Get this out.
Yes.
And yeah, just along those lines, again, echoing, I think what Board Member Ibarra brought up initially, the domino effect that this will have, particularly in high school, because that's when kids tend to be the most active with after-school activities. Usually if you're playing a sport, JV gets started around 3 o'clock or 3:30. Now you're talking JV won't even get started until 4:30, potentially 5, and you're pushing now the varsity sports 2 to 2.5 hours back. So again, that may lead us to having to look at other options for late buses from a security standpoint. Kids are going to be out there late at night at the school sites. So there's an impact that goes beyond just the start and end time of the schools, and we want to make sure our kids are safe even when they're on campus late at night. So our security team will probably have to look at this and be part of that conversation. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you. And Dr. Ortiz, thank you for starting this presentation with the background. It is the law. It's not something that we are doing.
Absolutely.
It is, and so I appreciate that clarity that, the law is very clear.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson and
Ms. Kingston and
staff.
Ms. Park.
And Dr. Ortiz and Ms. Kingston, and everyone, the whole staff, the unions that have collaborated and helped put this together. Okay, just for clarity, do we have consensus from the board to move forward with option A? Okay, Dr. Ortiz? Thank you. You have consensus.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we are moving forward. We're moving on to items 6.1 through 6.29. And do we have any board members that would like to consider any of the items separately? 6.5, okay? Okay, we are also pulling 6.2 to be pulled for separate consideration to allow the board to vote for 6 candidates. So I would like a motion to approve 6.1 and 6.3 and 6.4, 6.6 through 6.29. Need a motion? Okay, by Board Member Haro, second by Board Member Fuentes.
Flores.
Oh, it's Flores. Okay. To approve action items 6.1 and 6.3 and 6.4, 6.6 through 6.29. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Nays? Okay. On motion by Board Member Haro, second by Board Member Flores, and on motion by Board Member Haro and Board Member Flores, and carried on a 7-0 vote, the board approved actions items 6.1, 6.3, and 6.4, 6.6 through 6.29. Okay. Now we're moving, let's see, action item 6.2. I need a motion to approve 6.2, and there are 7 candidates that we have to vote on. And so I need a motion.
I'll make a motion to 6.2, and Heather Olga from Hollywood School District.
Okay. And a second.
Okay, so we have the 6. Okay. I have a motion by Board Member Haro and second by Board Member Ibarra to approve action item 6.2. And we have, again, please correct me if I'm wrong, you have the candidates, Heather All good? And Christina Cameron, Barbara Drew, Cindy Gardner, Clayton Moore, no, I'm sorry, not Clayton Moore, okay. James O'Neill and Scott Wyatt. Okay. I have a motion by Board Member Haro and second by Board Member Flores to approve action item 6.2. All in favor?
Mr. Ibarra.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Ibarra, I'm sorry. Okay, I have a motion by Board Member Haro and second by Board Member Ibarra to approve action item 6.2. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Nays? Okay, on motion by Board Member Haro and Board Member Ibarra and carried on a 7-0 vote, the board approved action item 6.2. Moving on to 6.5.
I'll second.
Okay, Ms. Haro made the motion and second by Mr. Ibarra. Okay? Okay.
I'm glad that now we are starting to, this is the second year that we've done the adoption of the resolution for music in our schools, and also 6.6 that we already approved. But regarding music in our schools, currently there is an arts and music school measure that is trying to be put on the ballot, and it's for schools with pre-K through 12 to increase funding to every district for music in our schools. And I just wanted to promote voteartsandminds.org to sign that petition so that more money is allocated for the arts and music in our schools. So I just wanted to put that out there. So that's what.
Okay, very good.
I'd just like to make a quick comment too. Once we vote, and I'm assuming it's going to pass, I'd like to see that this particular adoption gets sent to every music class, music teacher, any of our arts teachers, so that they can have that, so they could put it up in their room, so they could show how much we support what they do.
Okay. That's a wonderful idea. Oh, yes, I agree. Okay, I have a motion by Board Member Haro and second by Board Member Ibarra to approve action item 6.5. All those in favor?
Aye.
Nays? On motion by Board Member Haro and Board Member Ibarra and carried on a 7-0 vote, the board approved action item 6.5. Now, moving on. Okay, we are moving on to 7.0 administrative reports. We have item 7.1, approved disbursements. Any board member comments on this? Item 7.2, the results of the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools Williams settlement visit for second quarter 2021-22. Board member comments? No comments? And item 7.3, English learner reclassification criteria number 4 update 2021-2022. Okay, if no comments, we are going to move on with item 7.4, ACE update. I would like to invite ACE President Parachi to present.
Good evening, esteemed board members, Superintendent Miranda, cabinet, and audience members. My name is Christina Parachi, and I have the privilege to serve as the president of Association of Colton Educators. Congratulations to all the employees of the month, well deserved. It is sad to see 16 certificated staff non-elected this year. We wish them good luck and hope they find another district that would help them grow and be their best. So we listened to a few presentations tonight. It's late. I'm glad we're off tomorrow. So LCAP committee has been meeting consistently since 2013. And I've been on that committee since the origination. And we have had the opportunity to meet even more since the state added a mid-year supplementary report, and Dr. Peterson loves that one. ACE has been involved, and we had numerous seats in the steering committee and in the writing committee. After that, the LCAP committee, whoa, I missed something. So I want you to know what process does ACE do. The association requests input from our membership to Rep Council. After that, the LCAP committee receives a directive from our executive board on the association's priorities. So even though we have multiple members on the committee, we go with one voice, and we make it clear that we all speak with one voice. We feel that LCAP leadership under Dr. Peterson has been working closely in collaboration with ACE. Thank you, Dr. Peterson, for always listening. And when some items do not fit in LCAP, because we come up with all kinds of things that we would like to put in LCAP, she finds where there are money, or it's a conversation starter to find where they could be allocated. So this LCAP committee became more of a, where can we purchase this from? What budget items can we use? So Dr. Peterson learned a lot about a budget. Late start, I know you had a lot of discussions. I want you to know that option C was an absolutely not for ACE. So as I posted the options, I've been inundated on Facebook, no, no, no to option C. So when I put option A, we were okay with option A or option B, or even better, we would have been better to 7:40, 8, and 8:40. But 5 minutes doesn't make a lot of difference. But as Mr. Fuentes said, it does to a kid. In the morning, from 7:30 to 7:40, it makes a difference if you have 2 or 3 kids. But in the afternoon, it makes a difference because you might make it to an appointment, you're not. So when 9:12 idea was really fast shut down. So based on the pre-kindergarten presentation, I do want to mention that ACE and the district has had a conversation about kindergarten teacher students contact time, but no decision has been made. I know that's a proposal that needs to go to in order to get allocation, but I'm hoping that at some point we will meet for some more discussion, because there are some major changes happening there. And as the ratio on TK is changing for 12 the first year, the following year is going to go down to 10 to 1. So it's going to be a little different after next year. So I'm coming back with negotiations. Since we finished the sunshine process, I asked the board to give the bargaining team directions. So I'm coming back to you to request that you follow through and provide the district bargaining team with direction. It is February. ACE's goal is to be done for this year's negotiation by April. The bargaining team is meeting again on February 23rd, and we hope that things will get moving. I do want to thank Mr. Dade and his team for scheduling weekly meetings until spring break. Hopefully the board will have something to approve on March 17th. So I proposed this before, and I'm coming to you again. Do you know what is the best kept secret in Cjusd? What is happening at the board meeting? I am asking that a summary of what happens at the board meeting with links for the presentation, MOU, and decisions to be sent to all staff. I copy all the presentation. I save them and put them in folders for my rep council and executive board. But that's coming from Christina, it's not coming from the board. I copy all the MOUs and I send them to executive board and rep council, and I ask them to share them with all our members. I would like to encourage that should come from the board, because it's something that you accomplished while you're here, and it comes that Christina's bringing the information to them. So with that, thank you very much for all your support, for your willingness to listen and solve problems, and have a wonderful 4-day weekend.
Thank you, President Parachi. Item 7.5, CSEA update. I would like to invite CSEA President Guadarrama to present.
Good evening, Board President Flores, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. Anthony Guadarrama, CSEA Chapter 244 President. I'd like to start by thanking the Executive Cabinet for recently approving 19 CSEA members to attend the upcoming Parent Educator Conference. It's a huge conference, and my members are going to benefit greatly from the skills, tools, and information that they're going to be able to bring back to the district. So again, thank you for that. Quick negotiations update. We met today, our CSEA team and the district negotiating team, and we had a lot of good dialogue, and I believe we were very, very productive. And I just want to, again, thank you for being open and willing to communicate at that meeting. We talked about a lot of stuff. One thing we didn't hit on was compensation, and I'd like to touch briefly on that subject, and starting with the governor's budget workshop that we attended about a month ago. There was two buzzwords that are thrown around and now used in daily conversation. It's recruitment and retainment, two big keywords. And first of all, how do you recruit the best and the brightest individuals to best serve our kids? You have to, what's the first thing people look at when they're applying for a job? Salary. Secondly, how do you keep those same individuals and also show appreciation to members that have been here 5, 10, 20, and 30 plus years? You have to keep wages competitive. Now, speaking on wages, looking back at a 5-year range, CSEA's salary increases starting in 16 and 17, 0%. 17-18, 0%. 18-19, 3%. 19-20, 2.5%, and 2021, 2%. Now you compare that with the California Consumer Price Index, which is used to measure inflation rates. And these numbers are directly from the California Department of Industrial Relations. In 16-17, inflation rates were 2.8%. 17-18, 3.8, 18-19, 3.1, 19-20, 1.6, and 2021, 3.7. So just to compare those two numbers, CSEA's 5-year salary increase was 7.5%, while inflation rates at that same time period were 15%. So that's a 7.5% difference. That's huge. That doesn't even include the even higher inflation rates that California is facing right now. So what happens when people can't afford to live where they do? Usually they pack up their belongings, their families, their kids, and they move somewhere more affordable, right? And I know a lot of my members do live within the district, so if that's the case, we're kind of feeding into the issues that we're facing of declining enrollment, retention, and recruitment. And then looking over the past couple of district budgets, there's been a lot of money rolling over from year to year. In the 2020-21 unaudited actuals, the unrestricted ending fund balance was just under $61 million. In the 21-22 first interim, the ending fund balance reserve was almost $48 million. So this tells me two things. Number one, the district is very good at being fiscally conservative, which is why we have gotten through some tough times relatively unscathed. But number two, the district has been a little overly conservative when it comes to salary increases. And as I mentioned previously, that hurts our success when it comes to recruitment and retention. And in this competitive landscape that we find ourselves in now, we cannot afford to be overly conservative. With all that being said, I respectfully request the board directs the district negotiating team to come with a very competitive compensation proposal at our next meeting on March 3rd. I know money doesn't cure every problem, but it's a good starting point. With that, I'd like to thank you all for everything you do, and I hope everyone has a great 4-day weekend.
Thank you, President Guadarrama. We do not have a MAC update. We do not have a facilities update tonight. So we're going to be moving to 7.8 ROP update.
Okay, we did have a ROP meeting last week, and one of the highlights of the meetings was that ROP, actually QIROP, is celebrating its 50 years, which is incredible. On May 11th, we're going to have a ribbon cutting because we purchased the building outright. So the staff, the superintendent is very pleased. The board is very pleased with that outcome. So we're going to have a ribbon cutting, and we're also going to have our evening of excellence on May 11th. So so I do have an invitation here, and I can pass it on to Joanne. And they're looking forward to having as many board members, superintendents, staff attend as. So you will be probably getting a forwarded invitation. Now, some of the highlights of QIROP includes that our Bloomington High School veterinarian assistant program is really doing very well. They're starting to welcome guest speakers, and they did get a guest speaker from VCA Animal Hospital from West LA. And in an effort to continue to encourage the students there at Bloomington High School to continue to follow up on their interest in veterinarian science. Also, the Bloomington High School Virtual Enterprise competed virtually in the California State Virtual Enterprise Trade Show. And in Grand Terrace High School, graphic design students designed the logo and the marketing materials for the upcoming SBC Community Healthcare Conference, sponsored by Kaiser Foundation. So our Grand Terrace High School students are out there designing, manufacturing logos, and other marketing products for big companies as Kaiser, like Kaiser, as an example. The career readiness specialists participating in the 8th grade parent nights at both in person and virtually, in an effort to start to promote the classes that are being offered to the incoming freshmen at each one of our high schools. So I think that it's very, very important for our parents to know what CRIROP offers. I see them as an opportunity for all our students to at least engage, experience some type of work career related course of their interest that can help maybe guide them, provide them experiences toward maybe a potential future down the road. So, all that is, we're excited that we offer that, and that we as a Cone Joint Unified School District is part of CRIROP. And Pat, do you have anything else to offer?
Okay, just a couple of things. I know that they're going to be meeting with Miss Peterson in regards to what classes Colton is looking at for next year, for setting up for next year. And Mr. Ibarra and I both asked for, we have the program that is happening right now at Joe Baca with Kaiser Permanente, and the kids are really getting a lot out of that program. So we had asked them to possibly look at doing something like the HEAL Academy at Bloomington High School for those kids to feed into and have somewhere to go. We also had asked possibly for them to look at a culinary program for Colton High School, since we are going to be doing the culinary, turning the class, the multi-purpose room into culinary. So we asked for those. So just so you know, that they didn't just come up with that we had asked for those because we thought they were important. And they gave us always give us a lot of information. And one of the things they gave us was that right now the top 15 industry sectors that are offering, looking for people. And of the top 15, we have engineering and design, which is, we are offering that at Bloomington and at Grand Terrace. Health science and medical technology, which we're offering at Grand Terrace and at Colton. We are doing computer technology at our schools. And this one is not through CTE, but it is something that I know, and I'm very happy to see that we are starting to focus on the whole child. Arts, media, and entertainment is part of one of the top 5 industry sectors. There was also on here agriculture, education, fashion and interior design, marketing and sales, transportation, public services, and hospitality. And I know we have the hospitality class also at Bloomington High School. So we're offering a lot of very interesting things and things to help our students for the future that want to go into these fields. So I think it's really important and that we continue to support our students who are in ROP. And again, everyone will be receiving an invitation to the 50-year, we're doing the 50 years of CRIROP, we're doing the ribbon cutting, and we're also doing our Evening of Excellence where we give out scholarships and awards to the students, all on the same day. So, thank you.
Yes,
Okay.
very good day.
Wonderful.
And if I may add, I'm currently the president of the foundation of CRIROP, and Israel is the vice president. And we're looking at offering several more scholarships than we've ever had through CRIROP for all the students in the Cone district. As we all know that the CRIROP board is made up of Cone, Redlands, and Ukaipa board members. And they serve the Cone, Redlands, Ukaipa, obviously, CRIROP. So we're very pleased to reach the point where we'll be able to offer at the Evening of Excellence the scholarships that are going to be quite a bit more than we've done in the past. So just wanted to add that to that because there's always opportunity, and one of the things that I always hear from the superintendent is that they're very, very pleased with the cooperation from Cone Georgia Unified School District. So I just wanted to pass that on as far as promotion and guidance within our schools with CRIROP staff and programming. And with that said, just one more last thing. I still want to encourage that somehow our 3 high schools that offer CRIROP services, we need to advertise that, right? I think we need to get some kind of banners or some kind of signs and you know, fly it proudly to show that we offer those services within our school district.
Thank you, Mr. Barra, for that, because Tracy and I and Mr. Poley, the superintendent for CRIROP, and I have been talking about that, and I know she's ordered the banners that will be going to the high schools. So we have at least monthly meetings, so I'll follow up with her again and make sure that we get those up, because as you know, we have an outstanding print shop, but she had ordered them, so I'll follow up with her. So we did have a great discussion about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Board Member Fuentes.
Thank you. I just wanted to add something on to what Mr. Ibarra was saying. As president and vice president of the foundation, if you'd like to sponsor or donate to the foundation, please go online to the CRIROP Foundation. And if you're willing to sponsor a student or a scholarship there, please, we encourage you to do that. These scholarships go to these students that are you know, they're willing to move on to technical education, or, you know, through their pathway, they're willing to move on. So, you know, it could be even $5 if you want to donate on a monthly basis. But we're always looking for donations because we want to help our students. And without the donations and without the support and the sponsorships, we can't do that. This year, we were blessed with having donations and partnerships with some even some local dealerships that were willing, and some of our local Kaiser Permanente, I think it was one. And so just wanted to encourage you, if you're listening, to any of the people that are here present, if you're willing to donate to the CRIROP Foundation, I would encourage you to do that. And like I said, it goes to something really good. It goes to help these students continue their education, continue in that career that they want to do. Thank you.
Mr. Fuentes, if you'd like to, we can get that information. We can get that out on our social media feeds and get that. Because I think we're all in this together, and there are students, and we'd love to support that.
I'll send Tracy, Superintendent Sapoli, an email, and I'll copy Mr. Ibarra on it too, and the board. Well, I can't copy the board, but I can copy Mr. Ibarra. just asking her for that information so that we can post it on our website. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. 'Cause I'm sure a lot of us would want to donate to that.
Okay, well, thank you, Board Member Haro, Board Member Ibarra, and Board Member Fuentes for this valuable update for ROP. Moving on, we have 8.0 Superintendent's Communique. Superintendent, you've got the floor.
Oh, thank you, Board President Flores, board members, members of the audience, Executive Cabinet. Tonight, I want to start off with highlighting a program, some couple of programs that are happening at Joe Baca Middle School. And we just happen to have Dr. Scribner here, so she's very familiar with these wonderful programs and activities that are occurring at her site. You know, we 2020 during the closure, we know that we had an opportunity, and staff reached out to NASCAR driver Eric Almirola, right? I got to say it like that. Who donated $10,000 to create a STEM lab on the Joe Baca Middle School campus. And that's led by Mr. Lucero, who's the advisor for that. So we visited the STEM lab just on Monday, and some of the things that he's working on there are circuits, robotics, 3D printing. Showed us a couple of samples. In fact, some Star Wars stuff that got printed out by the students. So it's something that he does after school. So he also just let us know too that Mr. Almirola, he through his sponsorship, he's through Smithfield Racing. So we want to thank him again and his racing team. He has offered to provide another $10,000 donation to the school to further support that STEM lab. So we're very excited. They're going to be using that to buy some iRacing technology, so some virtual, you know. So I told them as soon as they get that ready, please let me know so I can go drive that car. Of course, it's gonna be all virtual. I'm not gonna crash anybody or anything, but it's gonna be pretty exciting. So another program I want to highlight, and somebody mentioned Kaiser Permanente. Starting January 20 this year. Joe Baca Middle School has partnered with Kaiser Permanente, and they're working with our students on a program that allows our middle school students to collaborate with healthcare professionals, and so that way they can explore. I think we've learned through the pandemic that there's such a high need for medical professionals, especially in our area here. So, especially with the medical school that's nearby. You know, there's an opportunity there for our students. So I think this is just amazing. When I heard about this, I said I had to highlight this tonight. And so Joe Baca had a successful orientation where students were introduced to the healthcare team and that they will be collaborating with. There's going to be a second meeting that's going to happen, or that just happened last week, rather. And so students were taken on a virtual tour of an emergency room and were shown the importance of crash carts. Students also collaborated with pharmacists about how medications and vaccines are developed and prescribed. So that's just incredible. Again, to cryer up and CT fields, I mean, this is amazing. So I want to thank Dr. Scribner and her leadership, Assistant Principal Ms. Villegas, along with staff, Ms. Town, Mr. Lucero, and Ms. Lopez Sevilla for their outstanding work. And I got to also give a shout out to our IT specialist, Mr. David Espinoza, who goes there to work with the STEM lab to try to fix all those problems that exist. I mean, so he's really instrumental in coordinating and facilitating what's happening over there. And so the Board of Education and myself and executive really appreciate. So Ms. Scribner, please let staff know again that we're extremely proud and support their efforts in both of these programs. So, moving on to the next slide. We talked about this already, but hey, it's worth mentioning again, our congratulations to our 2022 Model Continuation High School, Slover Mountain High School. We were out there on Monday visiting these administration and staff. Thank you to Board President Flores for being out there. It was just so exciting to see that the school is recognized as a model school. And so we're just very proud of them and all the things they've done. And so, again, thank you to Principal Hampton and her leadership and her staff. This just means a lot to the students and the families because we know that students there are doing great. And so we just want to recognize that. And last, hashtag Cjusd cares. Tonight we had an amazing presentation by our APAC committee, and thanks to their leadership, and again back to Ms. Hampton, Mr. Daudet, Dr. Peterson, for just working with the APAC. So I want to highlight that Black History Month student showcase. Mr. Daudet, I don't think you're going to beat me this year. I think there was a quiz or something, but he beat me last year, so we're a little bit competitive, right? Anyways, I want to invite members of the public to attend the Black History Month Student Showcase, which is going to take place next week on February 22nd. It's going to be a virtual showcase. It's open to all students, and they're going to be participating and showing off their talents. I'm sure we have a lot of talent in our district. I'm sure that, that includes obviously artists, singers, dancers. So look for the link. I'm sure it'll be coming out pretty soon if it's not out yet on social media, and just excited to see the wonderful talent that we have in our district. And so that's going to be really, really fun to last year was amazing. So I'm sure this year will even surpass that. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Board President.
Thank you, Dr. Miranda. Board member comments. We're going to start with Board Member Doreen Ojeda.
No comments tonight, thank you.
No comment. Board Member Ibarra.
Just a couple of comments. First of all, I just want to wish everybody a good 4-day weekend. At this point of the year, it's always good to have those extra days so you can sleep in a little bit. And so hopefully you'll be able to enjoy it. Also, I think that the suggestion that our ACE president made just a little while ago about the board meeting highlights is a good one, because I've seen other districts do that, where they'll put it out on their websites and just highlight some of the major aspects of what occurred during the board meeting. And I think that that's something that would be worth putting in. It shows a lot of what occurred, but also gives people the information that they need in order to have a better idea of all the things going on here in our district. We definitely talk about all the highlights that are here, and it'd be great to share a lot of that with everyone who's interested in just following up and that can't come to the meeting. So I would be in favor of putting something like that together, Frank. Yeah.
Do we have a consensus here to? Yes. Okay, very good.
Okay. And then just one last item, we're talking about this late start, and sometimes when we as individuals are given a difficult task or situation, we tend to, I think, the creative minds will tend to start looking at the positive aspects of some of this. And one of the things that did come to mind as we were talking about late buses and primarily athletics or extracurricular activities, and maybe the time that say varsity or some students might have in between a release and actual practice occurs. I think that if we were to take advantage of that time, maybe we could come up with some kind of creative way of providing tutoring or homework assistance. to all the athletes during that period of time. This way, we're able to keep them on the field, their grades could stay up, and try to create a program at primarily at each of the high schools, so that they can get that help, and every coach can make sure that they get in there to get that help to follow up. So that's something that just popped in my head when we were talking about it and trying to take a look at how can we make this to our advantage rather than it being, to a disadvantage. So something to think about.
My son is on the swim team, actually has study session before because varsity practice, and then so that's feasible.
Yes,
That's
yes.
great idea.
And that's something I used to do back in the day when I coached, and I used to do those things. So, okay. So thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Flores. Board Member Fuentes.
Just a couple comments. Thank you for coming out this evening. Thank you for listening online to our meeting. Just wanted to comment. I've been driving around some of our sites here in Bloomington, and I was out at Bloomington High School towards the back where the stadium is during school release. And in the morning when school starts, I've noticed that we've had some students or maybe parents also speeding up and down that area there. I know we've had some incidents where I guess on the weekend they do some drag racing or something. They crashed into our fence there and kind of destroyed it. So one of my suggestions is if there's a way to talk to Public Works, I know this is an unincorporated area, maybe talk to Supervisor Baca about adding speed bumps in front of our stadium, in front of our area there. It doesn't need to go all the way down to the other end, but I think I would suggest adding speed bumps. I've seen, it's scary to see sometimes some of these students don't have regard to anybody. They want to rev up their engines and boom, down the street, burn rubber, make illegal U-turns, even do what are those little circles, donuts, whatever they call them. I see them doing that during school time sometimes, and it's hard to see. And I think if we were to request maybe to have Public Works do a study or something, I'm suggesting putting speed bumps back there. I think that would deter some of that situation, during the weekends especially, because I know during the weekends there is some drag racing going on back there, or they're showing off their vehicles and stuff. So even after some of our football games, soccer games, I've seen cars speed away like it's whatever. So a little bit of disregard. They don't even care if security's out there or even the sheriff's out there. So one of my suggestions is to add speed bumps back there, and I think that would deter a lot of that information. And the other thing is in front of the entrance to our school on the road, also U-turn signs. No U-turn signs. We have many, many, many people making U-turns when they're dropping off their kids. They make U-turns to go back. And it's dangerous because some of the parents don't have a little bit of common sense of dropping off their kids, at least by the curb. They drop them off right in the middle of the street. And while they're doing that, there's another car trying to make a U-turn, and it's pretty bad. I've seen it. I've been out there. I go out there. And even if we can get some of our, I could always call the local police department, the highway patrol, but parents, please, a little bit of common sense. I was out at Grimes during dismissal, and there was a vehicle right in front of me, stopped, put on their hazard lights, and would not move. And we had buses waiting to come in from Valley Boulevard into the school. And I honked at the person lightly, don't want to get them upset. I got the finger, and so, I want to be transparent and honest. Parents, please, make some time. I know that our schedules are going to change and everything are going to change, but you need to make some time. When you pick up your child, when you drop off your child. I've made these announcements before during board comments. It's a little bit of common sense. The safety of your child is a big concern for me. And I'm pretty sure the board. We drop them off, like when we pick them up. Please do not double park. I understand you can put your hazard lights on and double park. You're making traffic difficulties when you do that. Find an area to park, walk out there. I understand sometimes people have disabilities and there's handicap areas for you to park. But please, please, let's work with each other. Let's work with our administration at our schools. Let's work with our safety. Let's work with our local police departments. I don't want you to get a ticket. Just for double parking, if an officer were to give you a ticket, it's $270. So to avoid $270, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money to get a ticket just for picking up your child. Let's avoid that. Let's try to make some common sense. So my suggestion is some U-turn signs in front of Bloomington High School entrance area, and in the back, adding speed bumps to the, I think that's Alder Avenue. The other thing I wanted to share, just a big shout out to Washington High School. I see Principal Torres. I've been out to Washington High School. I've been, talking to some of the counselors out there, some of the activities that the kids do, some of their leadership. They're doing a great job. It's a small school, but you know something? Smaller the better. You get to work with them individually like that. So, Principal Torres and I, we've spoken, and just a big shout out to all the students, the staff, Mr. G. Gonzalez out there. Give him a heads up, and shout out to our principal that's here this evening from Washington High School. Mr. Torres, thank you. Also, wanted to comment about our DLAC and our dual immersion. I've been at their meetings. I want to also thank Mr. Diaz, Ms. Alejandra Torre, and all their team from Language Supports for the great work they're doing to communicate many things, many things to our parents. They're working on the needs assessment that they will be presenting to the board soon. They've also been, they also had that one meeting with Dr. Ortiz and Missy on the change of school start times. Man, they had almost 800 people there. I was at that meeting also. So it's great when you have Alejandro, Mr. Diaz, and all of them there to help our parents that don't speak a lot of English. I appreciate them very much. Please, let's continue to work together like that. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. That's all I have. Have a great 4-day weekend. Enjoy your time. Spend it with your family. Thank you.
Board Member Haro. I'm sorry. Board Member Sandoval. Okay, I am so sorry. Board Member Haro.
I just have a couple of things that I just wanted to mention. I wanted to mention two really exciting things. We had two BHS students. One just got his RN degree. He's this week. And we also have a student from Bloomington High School who was accepted to medical school at the Mayo Clinic in Minnesota. So, you know what? Great things happen in Colton, and our kids are amazing. And both of these were science fair kids, so that's the other reason I bring it up, because yes, it does work. So I wanted to bring that up and congratulate them. I told their parents I would mention it. I brought up earlier about the art and music in our schools measure. I just wanted to say a little bit more about it because they need signatures to get it on the ballot for November. This was led by former LAUSD Superintendent Austin Butner when he saw a need for arts and music in our schools. And he came from a musical background, and he knows that students who do arts and music have better test scores. And so they started this coalition along, and it's being sponsored, they're being pushed by KPBS. It's on every station that they're trying to get these signatures. It will not cost the taxpayers any more money, but it could put millions of dollars into the hands of public schools. Many also leading it is actor John Lithgow as well as many other uh, uh, singers and actors who realize that they are the importance. They need to collect 662,000 signatures by May the 1st. So again, it is all one word, voteartsandminds.org to sign it. So I would encourage everyone to please, please, please sign that. Okay, and then the last thing I want to just bring up, both of our schools tonight, Slover Mountain brought up, they had a movie night, and our APEC committee brought up that they had movie nights. And I just want to make sure, after having dealing with this in the past, that these groups or sites, any site that is doing a movie night, whether they're for profit, where you're doing it like with your PTA, or whether they're doing it just to show the movie to bring people together, they must have a license to do it. There's two types of license. So if PTA at XYZ school gets it, then only the PTA can use it. They can't lend it to the GATE program to use the license. It's very, very specific for that license. It's a $10,000 fine to show these movies without having that license. I have, because I had to help a school get it before, I have where to get it, and all of the requirements that are needed. It's not that expensive to get it, but I just want to make sure that because this is happening all the time, and I see it all the time, that we're having a movie night, and I know no harm is meant, but I know that the schools don't want to get a $10,000 fine, or the district doesn't want to get a $10,000 fine. So the licenses can't be loaned out to other sites or anywhere else on the site. So it's really, really important that we follow this rule and not get fined. And I just kept, every time I wanted to say something about it, I kept forgetting. And then both of our presentations brought it up, and it reminded me. So I just wanted to bring that up. I want to thank everyone here. I want to thank especially our teachers and our principals who are out in the trenches right now, and our classified staff. It's not an easy time. We thought, okay, the distance learning was hard. So when we go back to school, we thought, okay, it's going to be easier, but it hasn't been easier. It's been harder. It's been harder on all of you. So I just want to say, enjoy your 4-day weekend, relax, and take it easy and have family time. And my quote this evening is, one of the most important things you can do on this earth is to let people know they are not alone and they are cared about. We care about all of you. So take care of yourselves this weekend.
Thank you. Okay, I do not have comments tonight. We are adjourning into closed session to discuss the items listed on the closed session agenda.
Testing.
Back from closed session. We are on item 11.1, student discipline. There was one student discipline item presented in closed session. Is there a motion to uphold the expulsion order as presented?
So moved.
Mr. Ibarra. Okay, second by Ms. Hart. I have a motion by Board Member Ibarra and second by Board Member Haro to uphold the expulsion order as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Nay. On motion of Board Member Ibarra and Board Member Haro and carried on a 7-0 vote, the board upheld the expulsion order of one student discipline item as presented. Item 11.2, Personnel Public Employee. In closed session on a motion by Board Member Flores and second by Board Member Fuentes, the board approved the following. Personnel Public Employee, the certificated regular staff, 2, SDC mild moderate teacher, Colton High, English teacher, Slover Mountain High. Classified coaches, total of 7. We have head frosh softball, head junior varsity track, head varsity volleyball, softball assistant girls, and track assistant co-ed 2. We have volunteer coaches, a total of 3 baseball boys and 2 softball girls. Item 11.3, approval of non-reelection of probationary certificated employees for the 22-23 school year. In closed session on a motion by Board Member Flores and seconded by Board Member Fuentes and carried on a 7-0 vote, the board approved of non-reelection of the following probationary certificated employees. EIN number 13261, CTE, Information and Communication Technologies teacher, and 13547, biology teacher. With that, we will adjourn.
And a good night.
And good night.
Good night to all.